we're live. Cool, audio's good. Ah, don't turn the aircon off. Oh, yeah. Are we live? I think we're live. I think I'm going to have to come around here because, yeah, everything's very big. There's not actually any room. So, if we are live, hopefully the video's good, hopefully the audio's good, and hopefully everyone else is good. If you can let me know how things are going, that would be absolutely amazing, because it's been over 8 months since we did a live stream. And it's really weird because I'm talking to the camera but the microphone's actually behind me. So I need to move some stuff out of the way first so you guys can actually see what's going on. Right, I feel like I can move this one. This one should do. We'll do that one last. Right. Is that we're going to come out without making a mess? Yes. See, this is how the pros do it. Right, so you should actually be able to see me now. I never thought I'd be in a little tunnel like this in between massive NZXT boxes. Can't even see the chat. But yeah, hopefully everything's good. So if you guys can let me know, how is the video, how is the audio, and how's everyone doing today? It's been a minute. We have not done a live stream in a very, very, very long time. And I'm kind of dreading this one because yeah, I've got to build 5 PCs. So I brought someone along to help as well. He is somewhere. So this is Brandon. Brandon's worked for us now for about 6 months, and yeah, we're gonna see what we can do. The stream quality is 1080p because we tried doing it in 4K and it didn't work, did it? No. No, 4K didn't work. Apparently we need a much better upload and things like that. 1080p for live streaming does seem to be the standard. I wanted to push it to 4K, but also if we pushed it to 4K, I think the like latency between what we say and what we do and stuff like that, which I don't actually think we changed to low latency on here, but never mind. It was like 20 seconds, so hopefully good. Right, so the whole point of today is I've got to build 5 PCs. So we are in a point where new processors are coming, new motherboards are coming, new graphics cards are coming. So we thought it's kind of a prime opportunity to update a lot of our testing equipment. So we normally use open air test benches, and people complain about that until they're blue in the sort of face because it's not representative of kind of, you know, what you get for a typical PC. So we decided to actually move over to towers and stuff. If we take this lot down, take one lot of this down, and we can focus on one at a time, I think that's going to be the best way of doing it. So yeah, so if anyone's got any questions throughout the live stream, let us know. We will try and obviously answer them as best as we can. We have also got something really cool. We've got multiple camera views, which I will show you in a second because it is kind of cool. And I'll go through all of the hardware that we're using and stuff like that. It's annoying because it took us ages to get it all on the desk, and now we're just taking it all down here. But it is what it is. You know what, I might start off with this one. So yeah, take them down, keep them in piles and whatnot. We'll move that one over to the side for now. We'll move that over to the side. So yeah, cards are 5 times bigger than this boy in the background. This boy have like 13-inch arms and the card is 30-inch. Much bigger. What are you guys talking about? So we've got lots of parts from the same brands. There's a very, very good reason. We wanted to try and keep things as consistent as possible and sort of yeah, go from there really. So let's talk about the case. We have got 5 NZXT H7 flows, and we've got them in a variety of different colours as well. And we've basically spent the last couple of days building up a bit of a spec list as to kind of, you know, what's going on and stuff like that. So yeah, talking about the cameras, we have actually got a little stream deck with little buttons on there, which if we grab, we have the main camera, which is here. We've also got the side camera, which is over there. And then super special, because people asked for this last time we did a live stream, which admittedly was over 8 months ago, we have an overhead camera. So yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting. I'll probably forget about an hour in that we have multiple camera views. So yeah, should be interesting. We have a lot of RGB. We have high-end components. Yeah, it's going to be a long session, but I think it's going to be good. We just need to make sure that I'm not knocking anything, because you guys can't see it because it's off camera. But Jesus Christ, like, we've got lights and microphones and lights and cameras and just everything above us. It's yeah, it's quite interesting. Focus the camera. I mean, the camera should be focused. If someone else can confirm, that would be grand. Blurry. I mean, the only reason I can think it would be blurry is the bitrate. The actual camera itself should be in focus. From what I'm seeing there, it is in focus. And we're not dropping any frames either. So maybe it's the bitrate. Let's have a look, see what people say. Let me know, let me know. Nice to see you on live. Feel like it's been a while. It has been a while. Why is there no strippers there? Get some girls. We tried, but apparently YouTube doesn't like it. So the top one is a bit blurry because of the focal. Yeah, the top one should be all right now. If I do the overhead camera, you should be able to see everything in focus on there, and then the side one, everything in focus on there as well. Are you going to check the stream now?
I was getting up the
okay, fair enough. Looks like bitrate. I mean, bitrate, we did sort that out yesterday, so everything should be fine. What bitrate are we at? Do you want to have a look? This is always the beauty of going live. Things are always wrong. Yeah, wrong's the word I'd use. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's fine to me. Bitrate is a little low. What is the bitrate? 34,000. I mean, that's not low. 34,000 is quite high for 1080p.
Also, we can't change that.
Yeah, we'd have to end the stream and then start the stream to do it. Use 6,000 bitrate if possible. I mean, we're on 34,000. So you'd like to think the higher the better. Stream is at 60 FPS. Was that intended? It was, I think. I can't remember. I kind of left the guys to sort this all out themselves yesterday.
I think that was your choice, though.
Probably.
When it came to bitrate and that stuff.
Probably.
What you did.
That's really high. So, should we lower the bitrate? That's the big question. See, I know about computers. I don't really know about streaming. It's fine, perfectly watchable. Yeah, so 34,000 should be fine then. So, does it look okay? This is the problem. We've got a screen there and a screen there, and I can't actually see what it looks like in kind of real time. So, yeah. Hopefully it's all right, though. So, yeah, let me know. There is a little bit of a delay as well. That's a given. Right, what one were we doing first?
I know we took it all down and you randomly said we were doing that one.
We're doing this one. It's a white one. Whatever one is white.
That was the CPU ones.
CPU ones. Okay, so this one's nice and easy because, yeah, we've got to fit a motherboard, but we haven't actually really got to fit a CPU. Where do you buy one of them fancy ass toolkits? I haven't even got to the toolkit yet. Connor trying to sort of, you know, swoop in there. I was going to get to the toolkit bit because we are going to need this very, very soon. So this is the eTeknix PC maintenance toolkit. You can get one over at store.eteknix.com. So it looks like you're a bit in front of a green screen somehow, even though I know you're not. As long as it looks fine, I guess that's all that matters. And you know, we live and learn, and we can get better at doing live streams in the future. Like I mentioned, it's been 8 months since we did a live stream. So, first the white one. My hair's not white; it's grey. Get it right, Joe. Joe, just because you've not got hair, I know how it is. And he can't multitask at all. How much cheaper the cards will be when the 4000 series comes out? I think they're going to come down, but this is exactly what we thought last time when the 3000 series came out, but there was such big stock issues that the 20 series was still demanding quite a high amount of moolah for, you know, what you're actually getting. So yeah, right, what we got spec wise for this then? So this is the H7 Flow in white. We have got the white ones, we've got the black ones, and then we've even got a little bit of a different one, a black and white one, which I haven't even seen yet, so I'm really looking forward to that one. Right, what goes in the white one then?
Do you want AMD or Intel?
I don't know. What should we build first? Should we go with AMD or should we go with Intel first? I'll let you guys know. I'll let you guys decide while I get this all sorted. We're not going to need a hard drive cage, so that's nice and easy. Get rid of that into there. So yeah, should we go with the AMD build or should we go on go with an Intel build? I'll let you guys put it into the chat and you can decide. Either way, it will be which one or which one. That's storage. So it will be. I'm so confused. This one? Yeah, I think it'll be.
Yeah,
that
that's Intel.
one. Okay. Yeah, we can maybe go with that. So far, we've got one for Intel and one for AMD.
AMD was not that one.
No, that's the processor one, wasn't it?
It's the one that's over there. Then.
Over where?
Behind the box that's there.
Oh, is there stuff over there?
Yes.
Ah, yeah. This is so annoying when you're building 5 PCs and you just got parts like here, there, and everywhere. What we got? PC build, AMD, Apple. Back on private account, morning all. Hey Dave, Intel, do AMD because that's what I'm building on the side right now. Intel save the best till last. So there's a bit of a mixed one. I'm gonna let Brandon decide. AMD or Intel?
Oh,
come on.
Let's go with AMD, not because we're saving the best to last, just because
it comes first in the alphabet.
Yes.
It's like, don't say anything that people are going to make him sound like a fanboy and stuff. So AMD, what's the AMD motherboard? Is it this one?
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay. So H7 Flow from NZXT. We have got quite a variety of different motherboards and stuff. So we're going with this one. You know what? Can you just get rid of that panel so I can change the view and actually see what's going on?
Panel?
Yes, the settings panel on the OBS diddly. Thank you. Cool. Right, so if we go overhead, look at this. I mean, how professional does this look? So X570S Carbon Max Wi-Fi is what we're going to go with. No particular reason other than we don't need this board for any other kind of real reason other than testing. So we decided to go with this. Now, when it comes to us building test benches, this is kind of what we have to look at. We have to think, what can we use that we're not going to need in the near future for, other projects and things like that? Because what we don't want to do is actually build a test bench and then find out that we have to strip it all down and stuff like that to, reuse it for something else. So X570S Carbon Max Wi-Fi. And then we have got a processor somewhere. You need to do that as well. So let me tell the guys about this. So drive-wise, this is what we got. It's one of the Star Wars Mandalorian ones. If I go to that view. So we've got these Seagate drives. They're all 1 terabyte for every single system because 1 terabyte is kind of all we need. We're not actually doing a GPU-based test bench today because we already have one. We don't fancy retesting everything until new cards are actually ready to come. And right now we're just hearing delay after delay after delay. But we are in the process of potentially working with a brand who make motherboards, graphics cards, cases, power supplies. They make pretty much everything. And we're going to have like an eTeknix spec'd kind of build, essentially, so that you'll actually be able to go to a retailer and buy this PC with our kind of, rubber stamp of approval. So that should be quite cool. But in the meantime, yeah, we've got all these other builds that we're doing, which is, AMD CPU, AMD motherboard, Intel CPU, Intel motherboard, and then a storage and memory test bench.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so we decided we were actually going to have a DDR4 test bench and a DDR5 test bench, but we kind of looked at it and thought, with AMD moving to DDR5 and Intel already on it, is there really a need for kind of DDR4 now? We don't think we're actually going to be testing any more DDR4 stuff. So instead, we've got all the drives, but Seagate didn't have all the drives that we wanted. So some of them are the actual I think there's one there, like Seagate branded stuff. But some of the other ones, like this one. So we've got a FireCuda 530, 1 terabyte, but then they didn't have like 5 of these, so I think we've got 2 or 3 of them, and then we've got the Mandalorian ones. So we've actually got to strip the cooler off of this because it's got like a built-in heatsink. So I'm going to leave Brandon to do that while I kind of get prepared with a motherboard. What are we building again? This is for motherboard testing?
No, CPU.
CPU testing. Okay. So we don't technically need to put a CPU into it, do we?
No, we didn't even spec one for it.
No. So this system, and the whole point of having 5 different test benches that all look very, very similar, is I don't want to go, we need to take the memory from this because we need it for that. We need to take the GPU from this because we need it for that. We're trying to build systems that essentially, once they're built and we put the sides on, the only things that will change are the things that are actually relevant to it. So on the CPU test bench, all that will actually change is the CPU. So that's kind of the plan. We're just trying to make our lives a little bit easier, really. Right, EK-X570 of this motherboard. Oh, it's great motherboard actually, with a monoblock and everything built in. X570S is just X570 chipset on a motherboard without a chipset fan. Yes and no. There's a little bit more to it than just it hasn't got a chipset fan. From what I remember, because we made a video about how X570S was a lie, because people were sort of seeing it and it was marketed in such a way that it was maybe something new when it wasn't. It is, as far as I know, ever so slightly lower voltage as well. So, you know, quite interesting. Right, so let's build these up. Let's get going with our boot drive. How you getting on?
I'm working on it.
So this is Brandon's first time on a live stream. It's his first time on a video, isn't it?
I was in the Patreon one.
Oh yeah, he was in the Patreon video. He was the one who was like holding the GPU, kind of like my glamorous or not so glamorous assistant.
What do you mean not so glamorous?
Anyway, it was interesting. So yeah, the chipset is standard X570, but it's a slightly different part number. So if you were to rip off the heatsink cover, you would find it has a slightly different part number, and I think it's really just down to it's a different voltage, and because it's a different voltage, it doesn't need a fan to keep it nice and cool, so therefore, hence the reason for it. So yeah, oh there you go. Apparently there's a bigger DMI link between the CPU and the chipset as well. So, you know, the more you know. Right, so let's put this overhead so you can see what's going on. So this is the motherboard. We're going to put in our M.2 into the top slot. And then what we're actually going to do at some point, once we've built these and we've got Windows on them, and let me know what you guys think. Should we go with Windows 10 or Windows 11? I'm actually now gearing more towards Windows 11 just because, yeah, it makes a little bit more sense now. But, you know, we'll see how that goes. What we're actually going to do is, once we've installed Windows on all of these systems, we will then be basically making an image so that if anything ever goes wrong, because we want to keep our testing as consistent as possible, we can then just reflash Windows onto it, and we can just, you know, start again with all the drivers and everything as we need it to be. Ace said you are very glamorous.
Thank you.
At least someone believes in you, little buddy. Right, pretty sure it added 2.5G LAN and refresh USB ports. I don't think it added any new features. I think it was literally just, it was more like under the hood kind of stuff. Windows 11 because Intel 12th gen and upwards. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about sort of, you know, the future and stuff like that. Have we got a drive?
Use that one for now. The screws are stubborn.
The screws are stubborn. Okay. So, 1 terabyte drive. This is a FireCuda 530. So, we are looking at essentially eliminating as much bottleneck as we physically can on all these systems. So, we are running, you know, as fast as we can when it comes to the storage and stuff like that. Now, 1 terabyte might not seem like enough, but we have got a plan. We are potentially going to build a server that's going to have all of our games on it, Steam games, because it's the only one that actually works at the moment, and we'll be able to run Steam on this system, on another system, on another system, just using the library that's yeah, on a server. So it should be, you know, nice and easy. See you later, Ben. Cheers for tuning in. 4080 will not take that much power. Apparently, from what I've read, 4090 is going to be an absolute beast. 4080, 4090, 4090 Ti, you're going to need basically a power station of some kind to run them. I feel like Windows 11 is a lot better than 10. It feels like the difference between Vista and so. See, I'm still not used to Windows 11, so I'm not, I don't know, I'm just not really liking it at the moment. I think it's silly little things. The fact that when I right click, I don't get all the options that I would have got on Windows 10, and I have to go show more options, I think it is. It just seems a bit clunky and a bit unnecessary for kind of, you know, what you need. Can I have some memory? Where's the memory for this? That one, isn't it?
Yes.
Cool. So memory-wise, let's talk about that. Yeah, install location. So you can basically map it as a network drive on the server. We'll be running 10 GB anyway, so we'll be alleviating any bottleneck that we have there. But we'll be able to point to that network drive for all the Steam games, and it will just run from there. We've already done our own testing where we've tested Steam games on a system and then Steam games on an external drive, and there was no difference, was there?
No.
No, so there was no difference whatsoever. So across the network, across 10 GB, it should be exactly the same as well. So yeah, if it runs Linux well, I'm good. So we've got another server. It's kind of half built at the moment, which is a FreeNAS or TrueNAS core server. So essentially that's Linux. But we are planning on building a 200 terabyte server for all of our video files. So yeah, should be good. 7-zip and you have to go too many. Exactly, it should just be like boom, boom, done. But no, it's not. Has annoying quirks like what Andy just said, but I think it's better overall. So memory-wise, remind me what test bench this is again.
That's AMD CPU.
AMD CPU. So when you're building 5 test benches, if you're anything like me and you're old, you start forgetting what everything is. So this is AMD CPU.
Yes.
That's what you said. Yep. AMD CPU. So memory-wise, we are using 32 gig of DDR4 3600 megahertz Kingston Fury Renegade. It is cast latency 16, which isn't too bad actually for a 32 gig kit. I would have liked cast latency 14, but across 2 16 gig sticks, I mean, yeah, it's just not really going to happen. So yeah, let's get these in and see what everyone else is doing. Hello, you dirty Ross. Hey, Steph, how are we doing? Lots of Patreons in here today, so it's just good. Anyone who's not a patron, if you want to join, patreon.com/eTeknix, you get access to our super secret special Discord area. You get access to loads of other kind of cool stuff. So yeah, we've actually got a Minecraft server, and we're working on adding some more kind of perks to that as well for our patrons. You get behind the scenes content, get to watch some videos early, all that kind of good stuff. So definitely check that out. Right, memory is done. I've got thermal take ringing me right now. Literally come up. Thermal take. I'll ring you back in a bit, thermal take. Alex, how we doing? This is why I do all 5 at once. Why is that? Do you know the funny thing? To see the chat, we've got it on a big 40-inch screen, or 43-inch screen, I think it is. But we've had to make it so big that we can only fit about 5 messages in there. So yeah, made you search for stuff. Yeah, exactly. I think Windows 11, they tried to make it very Mac-esque. So instead of having like the Finder, you have to press start and then search for it as opposed to clicking things. And according to Lee, if you sign up to Patreon, he's going to give everyone free kebabs. That's kind of what I've deduced from what you're saying there, Lee. Right. Also get to hang out with just the coolest people. Yeah, you get to hang out with Squall and people like that. So what are you building the PCs for? So for anyone joining, we are building 5 test benches. So we're actually starting off with the AMD CPU one.
Yes.
Yeah, AMD I keep forgetting. But yeah, the AMD CPU one. So far, we've got our 1 terabyte Fire CUDA 530 in there, and we've got 32 gig of Kingston Fury Renegade. Same Renegade? Fury Renegade, I think it is. Yeah. Right. Where are you at with things? Are you just stripping down drives now?
Well, the drives aren't stripping, the screws are.
Are you using the wrong size screwdriver?
Nope.
He's breaking it. I'm pretty sure this happened to one of the guys on our Discord, which is Dean. I'm pretty sure he tried taking stuff off and mullered the drives. Yeah, that's the wrong size screw bit.
They were just instantly stripping. Not in the fun way.
Well, that's no good, is it? That one's not working either.
This is exactly the problem I was having.
Anyone know a good way of getting screws off without stripping them? I might have to get a rubber band. Wow, they really, really don't want to come off. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a fun one then. So we basically have these drives with these ingot things on there, and yeah, they don't want to come off. I don't know. Right, what we got? Free kebab. All right, sign me up. Patreon.com/eTeknix. Mullered, haven't heard that in years. It's a great word. Right, so we have one thing that we can do.
We have 2.
Okay, we have 2. Right, let's get the motherboard in here, and then we can at least start focusing on some of the other kind of cool stuff. So this is the first one we're doing. It is the X570S Carbon Max Wi-Fi. We've got the 1 terabyte Fire CUDA 530 in there, and we've got this. One thing I do want to do actually. No, actually, I'm going to wait. I was going to fit the bracket for the X. Is it the X? No, the Z73 RGB from NZXT. But I think we'll do it once it's in the case, because I think you still use the back bracket, if I remember rightly. So let's get this in, and then I'm going to give you the fun job of screwing it down.
Hooray!
Yay!
Did you keep the screws out?
Yes. So there you go. So let's move that more kind of there, so you guys can see what's going on, and I can try and figure this out. You have to screw with confidence. That's where I'm going wrong. I didn't screw with confidence. It's really annoying though. I don't know if you guys can see, but yeah, they're a little bit mullered now. Which is really frustrating. They're like such soft screws.
Yeah.
I'm trying to PH1, but that's not working. I think I've tried Posy as well. Actually, none of these are Posy. Let's try a flathead. So we actually have got tweezers. There you go. They're available on store.eteknix.com. These are legitimate Velcro tweezers. For anyone who doesn't get that joke, where have you been for the last 3 years? I think it's about 3 years now.
You could also just be my mum and not know.
Yeah.
Hi, Mum. I think she's watching.
So, I'm going to let Brandon screw this all in. Let's put that like that. It's quite funny. YouTube's actually telling me now would be a good time to insert ads. So, but you know, we're not that sort of channel. Sometimes you have to give it a soft screw. So i9 12900K with 3090 or i7 12700K with 3090 Ti, which one's better for gaming? I mean, if it was me, I would go for the 12700K because the 12900K just doesn't give you the same value for money over the 12900K. The 12700K is a better value for money. And then for gaming, if you're just doing gaming, I wouldn't go for a 3090 at all. I'd be going for a 3080 Ti or 3080 12 gig. But that's just me personally. Stronub, hello, how are we doing? Dremel with a countersink head. I think I'm going to have to do something. It's not playing ball. It's quite annoying because we do need these drives. And I don't really want to install everything and then maybe struggle. Only ad I want to see is eTeknix merch. But I mean, that can be arranged. So, on the merch store, we do have things like this, which is the Stealth eTeknix baseball cap. Available in all black because it is stealth. We also have the eTeknix Thermos mug. Comes in black or white with the eTeknix logo on there. Keeps your drinks hot or cold depending on what you're putting in it. And then the creme de la creme, we have the eTeknix Smart Thermos, which when you touch the top of it, I don't even know if the camera will pick this up. Can you see it on the camera? 24 degrees.
I don't think you can see that.
Don't know. Let's put it on this camera. See if you guys can see it on there. I don't even think you can. But yeah, this comes up with like an LED readout of the temperature that's inside. And anyone who's got one of these will vouch for it. They are amazing. It keeps your hot drink hot for like almost a full day. You know, like talking like full 24 hours kind of thing. Roasting hot. Yeah, the only problem you have is actually coming to like drink your coffee and stuff like that. And then, as I mentioned, we have got the eTeknix cable ties as well, which come in a pack like this. And then, of course, we have the eTeknix toolkit, which I'm currently using at the moment. But yeah, it comes with everything you need to build, repair, and maintain your PC. So yeah. Right, where are we at?
The eTeknix multi-tool is not included with your toolkit.
No, we do sell these separately as well, a little multi-tool. These are really good because it's got a bottle opener, a can opener, screwdriver, ruler, screw sizer, and stuff like that as well. It's got like 11 uses in one. Right, where are we at? Skinny boys who know tech. Apparently I'm skinny.
I am.
Yeah, you are, yeah. Thank you though, I appreciate that. Apparently I'm skinny. It's quite funny because anyone who knows me knows I'm very much not. Stop checking yourself out. Right.
I'm not checking myself out. I'm checking how skinny I am.
Right, these all screwed in?
Yes.
Happy days. Right, let's go. I want to put the power supply in first, purely because even though we have enough room here, I think we might struggle with the AIO in the top, trying to get the EPS power connector in.
Yeah.
So let's get the power supply in. So if you turn that over. Thunder Turbine, what's up? How are we doing? What's the little green thing next to your name? I think that's because he's a member, isn't it? On YouTube?
I have no idea.
I think it's because you're a member, which, if you are, thank you, appreciate it. Going back to the Windows 11, right-click comment. There is a way to restore full right-click. Watched a tutorial on a UK channel about a month ago. Ooh, Nick, do me a favour. If you're not in our Discord, jump in our Discord. Scroll. Can you do me a favour and put the link to our Discord in there? It is discord.gg/eTeknix. Let me know that video. That'd be great. And yeah, wait till you hit 30. It's all downhill when you hit 30. He needs a pie. Or like the 3.14 type, or right. What we're gonna need then? So power supply. So power supply wise, we're going with NZXT again. You'll probably see there's a little bit of a theme here. So we've got the C1000, which is their latest power supply. They released them. They had the C1000 before, but then they've released new ones, which are C1000 Gold. It basically gives us enough room to kind of, give us some headroom and stuff like that. So, yeah, all good. You've got screws already, yeah?
Yep, they're out. Should always cable your power supplies before putting them in.
Drones Deep, how are we doing? If anyone wants to see some really cool drones footage, go and check out Drones Deep. He's just, really, really good drones footage. Why do they always give us a European plug? Like, you're in Europe, right? So yeah, we're going to have to find some kettle leads.
Well,
right, so on this system, we turn it round so everyone can see.
I don't think we need anything in that bag.
The AIO's got SATA.
Oh, does it?
Yes. So we're going to need a 24 pin. We're going to need an 8 and a 4 pin. So there's an 8. That's PCI Express. That's a 4. We need SATA.
Oh, I dropped it.
And then what graphics card were we using for this one?
For the CPU.
Yes. I think it's
For
CPU.
the CPU testing, we are using...
Dennis, how we doing? Good to see you. Are these for giveaway? They are not. I'm not giving away 5 PCs. Yeah, it's been a long time since we did a live stream. It's been, I think the last one we did was 8 months ago. So it's been a while. So, GPU.
The one behind you just there.
3080.
Yes.
Okay. So that has some power.
It's two 8 pins.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to need one 8 pin, 2 8 pins, and I can go back in there. Guys, how are we doing? Are you doing any CPU giveaways? No, I'm not doing any. Actually, we're doing one giveaway at the moment, aren't we? We're doing a Discord giveaway. So all of our giveaways are slowly transitioning over to our Discord. So if you're not on Discord, you're not going to be involved with our giveaways. And they all really come down to being active on our Discord, because we want to give it to people who, appreciate and are part of our community. If you had £100 for a case, which one would you go for? How much is an 011 Dynamic these days? That's about £100, isn't it? 110?
It's probably a bit more than 100.
No, it's like 110, I think.
Which is more than 100.
Yeah, but it's basically 100, isn't it? Can you recommend a great airflow case mid-tower? It's the NZXT H7 Flow. It's amazing for airflow. Something that NZXT will probably criticise quite a bit on in the past, but yeah, I'd definitely be looking at this. You get 2 fans included. If you want the RGB one, then you can get that, but then you lose out on the airflow. So I think this is like the best balance. They did the solid one, the airflow, and then the other one. I'm just looking at the price of the 011 Dynamic. Okay, 139. All right, it's more than 100.
110 is more than 100.
Quiet you.
Can't argue that with me.
So the NZXT H7 Flow, that's more than 100. That's 120. But I think you get a lot of case for your money, because it's like a big mid-tower, but not huge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think
so. Like the case itself is a decent mid-tower size case, but the way that what they've done inside is they've utilised the space very, very well. So I'd look at that. If you do want cheaper, sadly NZXT haven't got anything, so I'd probably be looking at a Corsair 4000D Airflow instead. Move them onto Discord altogether, I think, just prevents toxic people winning. Yeah. Oh, whining. Yes. Why is the motherboard already in the case? Because we did everything that we could do. This is a CPU test bench, so we're not actually putting a CPU in it, but we're getting ready for the ability to just take out a CPU, put a CPU in, that kind of stuff. But other than that, the SSD NVMe drive's in and the memory is in as well. We do need to do the front panel headers. I'm going to let him do that. Luckily though, NZXT are really good with their front panel headers, because instead of having all these different front panel headers, they just give you a single cable called F panel, and it just like goes on. You haven't got a, that goes around that way and that goes around that way. NZXT, I don't know why more brands aren't doing it, but it just makes sense. I have a 5000D and it's way too big. The 5000D, yeah, I really like the 7000D, but it was just colossal. But the 5000D was only, it was bigger than the 4000D, but it was kind of like in a weird sort of space that it wasn't a full tower, it wasn't a mid tower, it was somewhere in between, and I just don't understand who the market was for it. But that's just me. 2 terabyte SATA SSD or 4 terabyte SATA SSD recommendations. I think price wise at the moment it's all sort of all over the place. I've seen some really good deals from Samsung, and then the next week Crucial, and then the next week Sabrent, and then next week Seagate. Really, it's just down to when you're looking to buy. I'd just sort of go for that. But yes, normally I would install the CPU before installing the motherboard and that. What do I think about the Ryzen 5 3400G in 2022? Depends what games you're playing. If you're playing something that's like, you know, fairly light and easy and stuff like that, you know, even some battle royale type games, Fortnite and things like that, it's a good starter CPU that you can use and then upgrade to a GPU at a later date. Who's the new guy? This is Brandon. He's not new anymore. He's been here 6 months.
What are you wanting, by the way? Fan side down or up?
Are you seriously asking me this?
Yes.
What do you think?
I'd put it down.
You would put it down. I'd put it down too. Yes. So I am kind of treating this as a bit of a learning moment as well. I love this though. I haven't actually got to build him. I just get him to do it. I got the 7000D. It's so big I'm thinking about charging it rent. You want to see the 1000D? That thing's colossus. 7000X, I had everything in it way close to the 1000D. It's too early for my face. But we camped in a field together. You can't say that. 3080 with a 12600K, good combo. I'd go for a 12700K ideally. 12600K is okay, but I think if you're looking at a 12600K, you could either look at a 12700K or you could look at a 12400F and get very, very similar results. So yeah, someone said congrats. I'm guessing that was for the power supply thing. I have an RX 584 gigs Sapphire Nitro Plus and Ryzen 5 3400G. Fortnite I get about 140 FPS to 80 falling down and it's unplayable. I mean, it shouldn't be unplayable if you're getting 140, between 80 to 140 FPS. That's not unplayable. Nightwolf, please, I need a new PC. Buy one, build one. I don't know what to say to that. I love my Hue. CM Striker was a great case. It's just, it is showing its age now when you think about some of the features that it's missing and things like that. Like placement of holes and the way that you're building it. But to be fair, once you've built in a PC, unless you're doing what we do, you're not going to rebuild it time and time again. So, Thunder Turbine, thank you very much for the super chat. Good to see you streaming again. Keep up the awesome work. I really, really appreciate that, dude. I appreciate all your support and everyone who supports us through super chats, on the merch store and over on Patreon, which we are actually going to do. I haven't announced it yet. We're going to do a Patreon game night tonight. So if anyone wants to join over on our Discord, sign up on patreon.com/eTeknix. If Squall is nice to me here, put the link in here. You should be able to do that. And yeah, we're probably going to be playing GTA 5, Minecraft maybe, and a few other cool games, CSGO and stuff like that as well. It's a great laugh. We normally just sit there, have a drink. There's normally about 20 of us. Really, really good. I've locked 144 and then it drops. I mean, don't lock 144. John, how we doing, dude? Good to see you. I'm annoyed at the fact M.2s cost 3 times the price for double the storage for the same model. We're building 5 PCs, all for test bench purposes. So we're currently building the AMD CPU one. Parts list, we haven't gone over it yet. We're kind of doing it as we go. So so there's that. I don't actually know if Squall can put links into the YouTube chat. I might have to make him a moderator to do it. Jump in the mouse. Let's see if I can do it. Thank you. So, parts list. There we go. Scroll, I'm going to make you a moderator. Ta-da! You are now a moderator. He has the power. Right, so parts list. NZXT H7 Flow. We've got an MSI
Motherboard.
X570S Carbon Max Wi-Fi. We've got 32 gig of Kingston Fury Renegade. Is it even Kingston anymore? Because they changed, didn't they?
I mean,
Like HyperX and Kingston like separated ways and got bought by someone.
I mean that one says it is.
So this, yeah, it's Kingston Fury Renegade.
That's a slightly older kit though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would be HyperX Renegade or something now. Yeah, they changed it all. So, would you have Brandon hosting videos from time to time? No, he just asked me if a power supply had to go fan up or fan.
I was
fan
double checking what you wanted. All right.
No. Squirrel, they weren't showing, but now you're on mod, so you should be able to do it, and they should show. Ryzen 5 5600. I've put a couple of links in, not sure if they showed up. They didn't, Steph, from what I saw. So HyperX is now HP. Yeah, they got bought, didn't they? So I guess now, if you were buying the Renegade Fury Renegade kit, it would technically be classed as HyperX and not Kingston. So we are getting there. The system is it's got a motherboard in it. It's got some memory. There we go. There's the link from Scroll. Ordered a Be Quiet Pure Rock 2 for a 12700K. To be fair, the 12700K doesn't run as hot as what everyone thinks it does. The 12900K does, but for a very good reason. It's the best processor out there, really, for a multitude of things. Yes, I know people argue, but the 5800X3D is the best gaming processor. It is, but the 5950X is the best, you know, workstation-y, rendery type processor. 12900K is just that all-rounder where you get great gaming performance and great kind of rendering stuff. Is that your son? No. No, it's not. Update, added Windows 11 right-click video to your tech channel. Hope this helps. Cheers, Nick. Appreciate that. Stick around on the Discord. It's probably the best server around. There's no toxicity or anything like that. It's just a great place to be. But no, this isn't my son. This is Brandon, who works for me. He's been here for about 6 months now. And I've got him building the first PC. I guess while he's doing that, I could actually make myself useful and start building the second one. I guess. Poor staff kid. He wishes he was my son. Right. I'm going to start with the next one. So that's the AMD CPU. So the next one will be the Intel CPU, which will be this one.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Nice and easy. So one other thing I will actually do is NZXT sent us out all peripherals and stuff for this as well. So we have the NZXT lift mouse and the NZXT function keyboard for every single build. So we've got 5 lots of these. Some of them are in white, some of them are in black. Everything's going to be nice and matching. Then in the other room, in our office testing environment, is where we have all the monitors and stuff as well, which are all 4K AOC monitors. So yeah. Right, let's try and keep up with the chat again. I might even make this a little bit smaller, just so I can see, because we're at 400% zoom. That works. So what we got? It's his grandson. How old do you guys actually think I am? 12900K only runs hot when under a full load. When gaming at 5.3, never saw it go above 50 degrees. Yeah, exactly. You know, if you're going to use that full max turbo TDP, then yes, it's going to be ridiculous. But how many people are doing that consistently and stuff? Thinking of a monitor upgrade, 227 inches. Any recommendations? Max budget? I think, yeah. Would a 2060 be able to handle it? It depends what you... I mean, it will be able to handle it in Windows and things like that. If you're gaming across both of them, that's a completely different story. I would say, I don't even know if they're available, but AOC monitors are kind of that sweet spot of value for money, so I'd definitely look at them. Iyama as well would be a brand I'd look at. If you're looking at 227 inches, you might be able to get 1440p for that sort of budget. I forget how much 600 Australian dollars are in sort of, you know, the Queen's money. So you think it will be barely enough for 12700K? I think it would be okay for a 12700K. It wouldn't be the cooler that I would have chosen, but yeah. I thought that was PC centric at first glance. Funny story, he lives like 20 minutes away from me. So, what else we got? I chose the 12600K over the 12700K because I thought it'd be 10 to 15% less performance for $100 less. Did I mess up pairing with 38? No, I wouldn't say you like messed up, but you could have maybe got better performance for the money, if that makes sense. Again, though, so much of it comes down to, did you get a deal? Did you get this? Did you pay that price? Did you pay that price? It's kind of, you know, hard to really sort of, you know, evaluate absolutely everything. I want efficiency. Next year, power cost in the UK will be nasty. It will. I'm actually looking at solar panels at the moment because I use around 9,600 kilowatts a year. Now, when you're looking at these new GPUs like the 40 series, that's just going to go up. It's not going to go down. It's not going to stay the same. It's going to be ridiculous. Do you want us to answer the age question? I'm 35. I'm pretty sure you're older than me. Right, what else we got? I'm on a 5800X and a 38, and it's pretty great at 4K, and your chip is even faster, so you're good for a couple of gens even. Alright, he's talking to someone else. I have a GTX 1650 from MSI, and I didn't satisfy with the performance. If you're not satisfied with the performance, sell it, buy something else. Yeah, never game across 2 screens. 1, 3, or 6. 6 I did, must be about 10 years ago now. We had 6-screen Eyefinity. We borrowed some monitors from AMD, and we did a feature on it. It was absolutely just bonkers. What GPU should I upgrade? RTX 3060 or 3060 Ti? Need more information. How much is this one? How much is that one? What are you hoping to do? What resolution you're hoping to game at? How long you've been wanting it to last you? Head over to our Discord. We'll be happy to answer over there. Right, so, you done?
Everything but fans and cooler.
Oh, okay, cool. Right, you can do the cooler then. Which is it this one?
I mean, it's any of them,
That
isn't
one.
it?
Well, it's got to be a white one, isn't it? It's got to be a white one because white goes with what we're trying to do. Yeah, there you go. So you do that. I'll focus on this.
Boxes over
What else we got? Yeah. AOC makes some great monitors. Definitely agree with that. 34-inch maybe. Depends if you can fit 34-inch, and do you need 34-inch? And I mean, if I was gaming, if I had a 34-inch monitor, I'd want 4K. Your 2060 or 2060 Super, whatever it is, I think it's going to struggle at 4K, depending on the games that you're doing. Give me that PC. No. Will a Ryzen 5 5600X be good in an Asus Strix B450 motherboard? Yeah. So to be fair, we actually did a video. Go check it out. 5600X versus 5800X 3D, and the 5600X actually is better value for money when you look at cost per frame. Got my OAP bus pass. I don't need one of them. I've got my car. I've got my, as a lot of people joke around, my milk float. I got a 3900X and a 39. Nope, you've just deleted your message. I was halfway through reading that, Alex. That's made my day. Same age with no white hair. Do you know what? I didn't have any grey hair until I had my children. Then just it all changed. Children age you. Right, motherboard wise, for Intel, we are using the ROG Maximus Z690 Hero. Let's go with the old overhead. So this is the Hero motherboard. The only thing I hate about Intel is the fact that this is the Intel CPU test bench, isn't it?
Yes.
When we actually want to change the CPU, you have to like take the brackets off and everything just to undo the ARM because it kind of gets in the way. On AMD, you don't have to do that. I don't know, it just bugs me. Right, so let's have a little look. Yeah, this one's fine. So for anyone who didn't see the news, it's about these little capacitors just up here, and if they're round the wrong way. So my one is round the right way. My one, you can't really see it on this camera, it's not zoomed in enough, but it's got the little, it shows the polarity on the right hand side. The ones that are the wrong way are on the left hand side. So Fusion, from my understanding, this does not affect anyone in the UK, Europe or APAC. It's only boards that were sold in North America. So yeah, the more you know. Right, let's get this one sorted then. So first things first, have we got an SSD for this one? One that I don't have to like smash to pieces.
Yeah, there is another one of those. It's not. It's somewhere else. Where is it?
At least you still have all your hair. I'm 30 and most of it's gone, but I look sexy with a shaved head if I can toot my own horn. Toot my own horn. Ow! Did you just walk into a light?
I did, yes. Well, ignore that.
Do you know what? I didn't actually check.
Yeah.
I want to check something on your system.
What?
The thermal pad. Did I take off the sticker?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it was off already.
I think that board had it off already.
Yeah, nothing to worry about. Cool. Does a favour, screw that back on. Right, so let's get our drive in there once I have a drive.
Get out of the packet. There you go.
There you go. Right, so we've got another FireCuda 530. Let's take this off. It's really weird on this board because the SSD actually goes in the other way. Like normally the slot would be there, but on this one it's the other way, which means that your drive kind of goes upside down. But the beauty of this is it doesn't have a screw, it just has one of these really cool little latches, so it holds it in very nicely. And then we can put that on top. What else we got? Will you be using the Thermal Grizzly CPU mount brackets for the 12th gen Intels? No. So when it comes to our test benches, why does that look like it's not in there straight? I guess it is. It can only, yeah. When it comes to our test benches, we try and mimic what the average consumer would buy, and the average consumer is not going to buy something, they're not going to delid their processor or anything like that. So yeah, that's kind of our reasoning behind that, I guess.
It's already warm in here.
It is very, very warm in here. It's like we have aircon, but it doesn't really do much, does it?
No, and it's incredibly loud.
It is. Right, why is that not going in? I think I'm trying to put this in the wrong way.
It doesn't help.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, I'm not. It is in the right way. Dim.2. Yeah, it's weird that this one hasn't got the Dim.2. Do you know what though? I don't know if anyone's checked out MSI's latest boards that are coming out, the X670. You've got M.2 here, you've got M.2 here, here, but then there's another M.2 just up here next to the memory, which I don't know, I'm like really excited about, and the fact that it's going to be Gen 5 and everything as well. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of speeds we actually get and who comes to market first with a Gen 5 drive. I still don't think most people are even, you know, needing above Gen 3 really. So yeah, it's an interesting one.
That was louder than expected.
So I got a 3900X and 2080 Super. I think it's worth getting 3080 12 gig and a 5900. It depends. So I always ask one question whenever anyone asks me about upgrades, and that one question is, what is your current spec system not doing that you think the new one will do? Like if you're sitting there and you're going, oh, I'm playing, I don't know, this game that's, you know, you're only getting 380 FPS on and you want over 400, I think that's just a completely redundant point. So yeah, the X670 Ace that the video changed for after I called them out because they used an Intel CPU animation in the AMD. Yeah, I think I remember something like that. I've seen some other ones like that as well. I remember Nvidia did something, and I think they were using, was it Intel? They were using an AMD test bench or something like that. It's funny when stuff like that happens. I have raided Gen 4 NVMEs just because I wanted to try it. So we've actually got in the other room four 4TB drives from Sabrent, and yeah, I'm looking forward to sticking them in RAID. That I think is probably going to be our game server, so we can have, it depends if I want RAID for just speed or if I want some kind of redundancy. I might just have a hard drive for redundancy instead, but then we could have 16 terabytes of just pure unadulterated speed, which would be nice. My PC plays games fine, so I only want to upgrade for the sake of it. If you're upgrading for the sake of it, I'd find a new hobby. Don't mean that in like a rude way. I just think utilize your money in other places and stuff like that. So, right, how you getting on?
Just checking the manual because I've not installed one of these before.
Okay.
So I want to make sure I'm doing it right.
Right. What do you want to make sure of? I'd put the fans on first. So fans are going to go underneath.
Well, that was actually one of my questions.
Okay.
How do you want to do it?
Right. So, installing the AIO, me personally, I'd probably have it like that, with the fans underneath. Job done.
So go for a push.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it's going to go in that way as well, what I do is visualize it that way, so your cables are actually going to come out this way, because otherwise you're going to install the fans on and the cable's going to be there, and you're going to be like, oh no, you've got to take it back off and stuff. So fans out this side.
Yes.
Cool. A buddy of mine has a 3080 Ti, and my 3080 gig gets basically the same performance. Yeah, the 3080 12 gig and the 3080 Ti, go and have a look at the pricing of them right now. It's like, it used to be quite a big gap between them, and now it's just getting gradually closer. It's quite funny. Top mount for the win, definitely. So we're going to do that in all three of these. So we've got Z73 RGB AIOs for every single build here, which is nice. So we've got that in. Let's get our memory in now as well while we're here. So on the Intel CPU test bench, we are using Dominator Platinum RGB DDR5. These have actually got like a special limited number on. So it's a 32 gig kit. It's 5200 megahertz. I think it's like CAS latency 36. So out of all the ones that they made of these, this is number 18, and then the other one is number 17. So I've got the 17th retail module and the 18th retail module. So it is getting very, very warm in here.
Yeah, we've not even been doing this for that long.
We've not even done one. I kid you not, it's got to be about 25 degrees in here right now.
We could just get the thermometer.
That means moving. Yeah, I feel like we need to move office. It gets very, very warm in here. So we're going to put some memory in. Can you put the overhead camera on, please? Da, da, da. So memory. Let's get that in here. So for anyone who doesn't know, there is a little poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. Put your RAM in slots 4 and 2. So the fourth one away from the CPU and the second one away from the CPU. Machines aren't even on yet. I know, it's the lights. So we've actually got 3 lights on in here. We've got like a key light, one over there, and then one over there, and then we've got this little one above our heads as well.
That's like 4 lights, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, 4. That one doesn't generate much heat at all, but yeah, the other 3 definitely do, because they've actually got fans built into them and all sorts, which don't seem to actually be doing anything right now. So that is basically that board done, because we're not going to put a CPU in this one because it is the CPU test bench, so it's going to get reused and used and stuff, so there's no point putting a processor in now to then take it out again. But if we were, then yeah, we'd stick a 12900K in it because we've got a few of them. So yeah, looking good. Let's go back to the main view. Right, so he's working on the first one. I might as well start working on the second one. So this is going to be another white case, isn't it? Cool, which will be that one down there.
Quite a bit of your working space is taken up by the panels of this one.
It is. So yeah, I'm going to sort that out first. Can't wait for AM5. I'm looking forward to AM5. I think AM5 is going to offer us some pretty decent stuff that I think, I don't know, Z690 paved the way for it, but didn't quite sort of, you know, complete the job. So lots more Gen 5 slots and things like that. That's what I'm kind of looking forward to, really sort of harnessing true potential of speed and power and stuff like that. So yeah, should be good. Right, let's get this next case out. Jesus Christ, these are heavy. So we've got another NZXT H7 Flow, which we're going to put the Intel CPU test bench in. So another white one. Then we have got 2 black ones for other benches, and then we've got a black and white one, which I'm probably going to leave to the end because I've not seen that myself, and I think it's really, really good. Roses are red, violets are blue. Let's build a PC or 2 or 5. Yes. I don't know why I agreed to doing this on a live stream. I think I thought it was going to be cooler in here than it actually is, and now I'm regretting everything, and I might go open a window.
We already have a window slightly open. Don't we just go open like every window?
Go open that one, and then move the blinds over and open that one, otherwise the blinds are going to be going all over the place. I would stick the aircon on, but it's really noisy and you guys would absolutely hate it. So, yeah. Let's crack on though. It's fine. It's been warmer than it is today, so, you know, it's not the end of the world. So, what else we got? Any idea why motherboards prefer slots, RAM in slots 2 and 4 as opposed to 1 and 3? So it's all down to the traces. It's not so much that they prefer it, it's just one of them rules that has kind of always worked since the beginning of time. So You could put it in 1 and 3 because they run in dual channel, and then you've got 2 and 4 which run in dual channel, in the way that the traces are set up and the way that the power actually goes to the slots. There's no real difference between 1 and 3 and 2 and 4. It's just 2 and 4 will generally always be the default, will always work.
Here's what I found.
It's just one of them things. Right, let's get this case out.
I want to know what it found.
It found something. Anyone who's got a Apple Watch, do you ever find it just randomly goes off? It's like your wrist kind of presses it by accident. Right. Case number 2. This is going to shock me, isn't it? Nope, no, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, you can feel the static. I really wish brands would stop using polystyrene and go with more like a foam instead. I think Fractal do foam. But yeah, most other brands just go for like polystyrene. And it's frustrating as hell. Right. So this is another H7 flow in white. So let's take the panels off of this one. So what's everyone got going on this weekend anyway? Anything exciting? I'm hoping to actually be able to play some games this weekend, because where it's been so warm in the UK with these heat waves, I've not actually had a chance to play any games because it's just been too hot to play games. So let's get this one sorted. Again, we're not going to need the hard drive cage, so I'm going to take that out because I'd rather have the extra room for cables and stuff like that. So we can unscrew that using a little thumb screw, and that can go in the box.
The weirdest cable.
Yeah, all Aios are the same. They all have monumental mass amounts of cables. Where's my tweezers? There. Lots and lots of eTeknix branded tweezers available on store.eteknix.com. Got like 50 fans in my room. Send some here. I think that has helped though, having the windows open slightly.
It's a bit nicer in here.
Not much, but it's helped a little bit. Right, so we can look at getting this motherboard into here now, while we wait for Brandon to sort out what he's sorting out. Oh yeah, we might as well talk about that. With the Z73 RGB, with the Aios, the fans are really, really cool. Instead of having a fan cable from each one, instead,
I'll get overhead. What
we have is this, which is just such a cool design, where you plug the first one in, and then you have an out and an in, an out and an in, and then if you wanted to, you could actually extend beyond that one. So you're basically daisy chaining them, which is just so cool, and it just makes sense. So, and that's for the RGB side of things. For the fan, it still does have its own cable. Maybe in the future they will kind of, you know, implement something there, but yeah. There you go. Right, where are we at? Can I get some explaining on my PC? What would you like to know? Mother-in-law visit on Saturday. Going to be installing a PF Sense box and 10 GB in my rack on Sunday. Nice. Something a bit different. Can't play games yet. No monitor, TV or PC to play on. I haven't bought a new monitor or TV yet, and all the TVs went to the divorce. Yeah, that's not good. I never built a PC before. Can I use any fan with any Rgb Fan Hub? As long as it is a traditional connector. So your normal RGB would be a 4-pin, and then addressable RGB would be a 3-pin. So it's 1, miss 1, and then 2. As long as it's got that, then yeah, you're laughing. But a lot of, probably on the cheaper side, a lot of cheaper brands actually go for like proprietary hubs and proprietary connectors, and then consequently that won't work. Right, let's get this motherboard installed.
I always lean towards addressable myself.
Yeah, I just prefer, I think things like that, there should have always been an industry standard. You know, especially when people kind of want, yeah, especially when people want like a cheap case with RGB, especially like kids and things like that. But then they're faced with the fact that they buy this stuff and then go to buy something else and they're like, this doesn't work. And it's all down to proprietary connectors and things like that. So yeah, But typically speaking, yeah, 3-pin is addressable, and then 4-pin is normal RGB, and then it'll be the same connectors on your motherboard as well. So we've got our drive in here, we've got our DDR5 in here. We haven't put a processor in because this is an Intel CPU test bench, so the processor is going to change at all times. Can you put us on overhead, please? So we can get this into here. And luckily, this case has one of them really cool features where the middle standoff is more like a stud. So it kind of sits on there. So you can actually do this upright, but I'm going to do it like that so you guys can see exactly what's going on.
Oh, planes.
Yeah, I think they're doing some air shows this weekend. So we're meant to be going to one on Sunday. So there's lots of planes and stuff going about. I think there's one at Eastbourne as well. Why is it both the same case? So we are using, we wanted to try and make things as fair as possible. So we're using a H7 Flow in white for the AMD test bench, AMD CPUs, and then same for Intel CPUs. Then we have black ones for the AMD motherboard and Intel motherboard, and then we have a black and white one, which is going to be our storage and memory test bench. So yeah, this is the H7 Flow from NZXT. So we've actually got 5 of them here. What screws was it for the motherboard? Them ones or them ones? Is it the M3s or the 632s?
I think it's those ones.
Yeah, cool.
The other ones I think were SSD and hard drives.
Oh, okay, yeah. Alright, let's get this screwed in. Yeah, the H7 Flow, really, really nice case. We had a look at the Elite, the Flow, and then the normal H7. And out of all of them, I preferred the Flow. The Elite, while the RGB and everything was nice, it just didn't, I don't know, give me what I wanted. Yeah, it's definitely not them screws. Definitely not them ones. Nope. What screws did you use? You used the wrong screws.
They were the same ones, but they work.
They shouldn't do.
Well, they did.
Guarantee this one will work. Yep.
That's weird. I'll change them out then.
Does anyone else hate it when case manufacturers give you, you know, a bunch of screws, but they don't actually tell you what they're for? So you're kind of guessing, especially when it comes to the motherboard screws, because some of them look so similar. Do I need a fan hub for it? Well, on this case you would need a hub, depending on what you're trying to do. So I'll go through some of that in a minute. Oh yeah, the handy dandy eTeknix screwdriver also extends as well, so making life so much easier. Right, and also it's magnetic, so you can just pull your screws out like that.
You know, neither of those bits are even my favourite feature.
No?
My favourite feature is the spinning
Oh yeah,
top,
that's cool.
because you can just press your palm and it's so easy to just...
Yeah, I'm literally holding the top while I screw that like down.
It's so easy.
I'm pretty sure I'm using the right screws. I'm kind of second guessing myself now. Because some of them are going in really easy, and some of them not so much.
Yeah, it's like, what is it?
So yeah, the link to the merch store is in the chat right now. That one goes in easy. 632s. I don't know why they say hexagon, they're not hexagon.
Motherboard is 632.
Yeah, I was right.
Don't I look a fool?
Yeah. If everyone wants to call Brandon a fool in the chat, I'll allow it.
Not that you can stop them.
Right, what should I be most careful at when building my first PC? Especially don't want to fry it. I think, like in this day and age now, it's really, really hard to get things wrong. So you can't really go wrong, but if you do want any help, put the wrong blooming screw in that one there. If you do want any help, head on over to our Discord. We had someone recently on our Discord who was building his first PC, and you know, it took him a while and stuff, but he got there, and yeah, we just kind of helped him along the way. It took him quite a few hours, but he wanted to make sure that he got it all done right. So he just kept coming back on Discord and asking, do I do this? Do I do that? Do I do this? Do I do that? And yeah, he got there in the end. I'm pretty sure the next gen GPUs will require a flux capacitor to run. I joked about that you're going to need like a power station, but now I'm sitting there going, I'm probably right about that. Right.
Didn't someone tell you off for that video?
Probably.
In the comments.
Probably.
Because the way you opened it.
Probably. It's kind of my job now, just to annoy people on YouTube.
It's because you swore and you were...
Oh yeah, because I swore in the beginning of the video. Someone was like, "I can't believe you swore." I was at, where were they? Like at their parents or something, and they had it on full blast.
He said he was a family.
Yeah, why he was at a family event watching my videos, I do not know. But yeah, each to their own. What else we got? Oh, I might have to scroll up. I think I miss. I have an NZXT case. Can't remember which case, but it's really bad airflow. I'm going to cut some big holes in it. Yeah, it's probably the H500 or the H510. So NZXT have learnt the error of their ways. I mean, look at all of this. It's just completely perforated. It's got loads of holes. So yeah. Will a 360 AO cooler easily fit in that case? So yes, you can fit a 360 at the front, and like we're doing, you can fit a 360 at the top. So I prefer top mounting, and it also means that we can continue to use the single fan that's at the front and the single fan that's at the back. So we've got a decent amount of airflow. We didn't want to like completely kit these out with fans, because again, an average consumer probably isn't going to buy this and then buy loads of fans to fill it and stuff like that as well, especially if the top ones are RGB. Are they then going to take out the front fan and the rear fan and put RGB ones in instead? So yeah.
Did we address why we're using AIOs?
Ease. The reason we're using AIOs is they are easy, because all we have to do is unscrew 4 little things, take it out. We haven't got to take a fan off, we haven't got to unscrew other parts to take off that, to take off a bracket, to undo the lever. It just makes our lives a little bit easier.
For long-term use, a nice big tower air cooler is probably your best bet. But...
Oh yeah, I mean, I love the Noctua D15s. I think they're amazing, and they are going to last you a lot longer than what an AIO will, because a lot of people, I think, forget that AIOs are technically, unless they have the ability to be filled up, which some of them do, like deep cool and be quiet ones, technically they are perishable items. You could argue that they are going to be, going to have a use, and then they're going to be used, and then that's kind of it. They're not going to last forever. An air cooler will last a lot longer. Hence why servers don't typically have AIOs running them. They will have air coolers and things like that. So yeah. I keep getting distracted with the stream. It's taking me 30 minutes now to install a deep cool AK400. I'm so sorry. I mean, should we end the stream so you can get on? Or you could just stop doing that and just carry on watching the stream. That's personally what I'd do. But yeah, just saying. I will tell you one thing that I'm saying. It is roasting in here. I'm glad that we are doing this at 1080p and not 4K, because I think you just literally see the sweat dripping off me right now.
I feel glossier than I was.
Glossier.
Yeah.
What a word. Brandon is now glossier than he once was. What sounds really disturbing.
What do you want to do about the actual hub on the thing? Because it's got the Intel thing pre-installed, isn't it?
Yep. So we need, yeah. Problem is, if we change that to AMD, then we still haven't got the plastic bit. So I would just leave that like that right now.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So are you basically done?
Just a few cables and then yeah.
Cool. Do this one.
Are you gonna go do this one? Swapping.
I mean, that's basically done now, isn't it?
Well, I still need to get cables plugged in.
Oh, okay then. I mean, this can now go on top, like that, and like that. So yeah, just trying to put stuff together now. With humidity as well. Yeah, we haven't got air conditioning in here. We have got a portable air conditioner. I think we've got a wasp in the room now as well. We have got a portable air conditioner, but if we turn it on, you guys are just going to hate the noise. So yeah, sadly, that's life of working in the Technics studios. Any thoughts on the E501L Cooler Master case? None at all. I don't know what it is. Never seen it. Never worked in it. I cannot help you. Sorry. Ikram, see you next stream. I don't even know when the next stream's going to be. This was the first one that we've done in 8 months. So yeah, see you in 8 months maybe. If not, head over to our Discord, join our Patreon, all that good stuff. We'll chat on there. Right, I might start working on the next one. Actually, I can get that one first. Let's semi-build yours back up. while you're still working on it. So yeah, lots of perforated holes on the top as well as the front on these cases. That's about all I can do with this one. I'm really annoyed about these. If anyone's got any ideas to get these unscrewed.
Yeah, because we need that like now.
We do need that like now, yes. And I don't think it's going to work. It's really, really annoying. That one's too big. That one was too small.
A lovely mess back here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's alright, that's where the handy dandy eTeknix cable ties come in.
Ooh. That's the fan, that's a fan, and that's a fan. That's what we've got here.
These screws, I swear, have been done up with like industrial glue or something.
Does this AIO only need like one fan header?
So you've got like a connector on the CPU block.
Yeah, that
goes into there.
goes in there. And
Then this goes into USB.
fans go into that with SATA.
Yeah.
So is it,
Yeah.
oh, nice.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, nice and easy. We could just use the heat sinks and ditch the motherboard ones until I can figure out a way to get them unscrewed. Yes, I just thought it would look a little bit nicer, and I didn't want it to conflict with GPUs and stuff like that, which sometimes, very, very rare, but sometimes it can. Any thoughts on Be Quiet Pure Loops? Yeah, they're very, very good value for money. I'll give them that. They're not the greatest. Yeah, they're not the greatest AIOs on the market, but based on value for money, they're absolutely fantastic. There's so many around 100-ish, 200. There are. Trying to think what other ones would be around that price. I think Corsair, you pay like a little bit of a premium on them. The EK ones are going to be a lot more expensive. Yeah, not too sure. Account terminated. Squirrel, do you want a ban, or I'll let you do it, Squirrel. You can have this person as your first ban. There you go. Drill them out. That was my plan. I haven't got a drill here though. I'd have to go home and get it. So it's annoying because I don't want to ruin them either, because they are really, really nice heat sinks with like Star Wars stuff on it. So yeah, we will see. Right, how you getting on?
Slow but steady.
Slow but steady. That's what we like to hear. Welshie, how we doing? Cheers, Squall. Right, so I can actually put the power supply in this one though. I can do that. See, I am good for some things.
Where's that one going?
There's a power supply. Right, so another C1000 gold. All right.
Would we plug it into CPU fan or CPU pump?
To be fair, it doesn't matter. When you do an AIO, it will ask if you don't put something into CPU fan. More than likely, the BIOS will pick it up and go, "There's something wrong. You haven't got anything plugged into the CPU." That really is sort of motherboard dependent, so you could get away with either.
Okay.
Because it is SATA powered, you don't really need the extra ampage that you get from the pump one, so you could put it in either. So yeah, anyone who doesn't know, with the AIOs, there is generally now on most motherboards a specific header that will be for the pump, because it provides extra ampage. But the Z73, everything goes into a proprietary connector into the block, and then that comes out into SATA. So technically you don't need that extra ampage because you're already powered by SATA anyway. Arctic coolers. I've got a real big problem with Arctic coolers. They are amazing in terms of performance, but god damn it, are they ugly as sin. Have you seen, they've got like a little fan that's, you know, meant to cool down the VRMs, which, I mean, back in the day, I remember when we used to, you know, have socket 775 and VRMs were on fire and stuff like that, and then we had what was there was another chipset which was notorious for having really, really hot VRMs. Wasn't B350, was it? I don't know. Either way, we never needed these stupid coolers with fans on them. Like Asus have got their Ryujin, which has got the VRM cooler thing on it. I think MSI's got an AIO with it as well, and then Arctic have got these stupid little whiny fans. We never needed them back in the day, but apparently we need them now, and it just makes it look really, really ugly. So yeah. Rinaldi, how are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm a bit hot. It's probably close to about 26 degrees in this room right now. So How many PCs are ready? A grand total of 0. This one's almost done. This one's half done. Yeah, that's about as far as we got. Hoping Nvidia won't decide to go crazy with the prices. They will go crazy with the prices. I can pretty much almost guarantee it. Where's Deck and Peter? Peter is 240 miles away because he doesn't work here. He works in his home office. And then Deck is in the other room, potentially watching this live stream as we speak. So yeah, I got a Freezer 2 420. It's a good AIO. It is a very, very good AIO. They're very, very good. They just look like, I don't know, something that's been run over by a train and chewed up and spat out again, and yeah, just not nice looking. Right, again, NZXT, they heard that we're in Europe, so they sent us a European plug that's not going to work in this country. So let's get all the cables out for this one. I'm from Indonesia. Welcome, welcome. Never been to Indonesia. One day I will go, but yeah. I can't wait to get back to Taiwan and go to Computex again. Luckily, next week we will be at Gamescom, so if there's anything anyone wants to specifically see at Gamescom, let us know. Right, what do we need here? We need some PCI Express. In the market for a 360 AIO, what would you recommend? Depends on how much you want to spend. If it was me, the EK Elite is absolutely amazing because it comes with 6 fans. The big problem you've got is you're going to pay the price for 6 fans. So, yeah, that's kind of the big issue with that. Other than that, 360mm AIOs. MSI's got a decent one, the S360 and the K360. Who else? Corsair's got some decent ones. NZXT have got some decent ones. So you kind of sport for choice, really. Come on, 26 degrees is good weather for us in Melbourne. Yeah, but you have air conditioning. I don't mind it being 26 degrees outside. It's 26 degrees inside. That's the problem. I mean, it's not cool in here, is it?
No,
no,
it's not.
Not cool at all.
I'm not good with heat.
No, I'm okay with heat as long as I can escape it.
But we can't.
In here, we cannot escape the heat. So that's why, yeah, when you see all these other people doing live streams and that, yeah, they're laughing because they're all in countries that have aircon and stuff. Did you use the smaller of the SATA cables for that? The one with 2?
Yes.
Okay.
If you don't need to.
No, that's what I was thinking. Still salty about waiting for EK's new AO. As far as I know, it was ready like a year ago. But as far as I know, they're still trying to sell stock of the current stuff. So, yeah. Will you be filming any of Gamescom? Yeah, so we're going over there. We're actually going to an event with Asus and AMD just before to go over the X670 boards and stuff like that. So we will have some content from that. We're also going over to see Samsung as well on the SSD side of things. So I'm sure we'll have some content for that as well. So yeah, there's going to be lots of stuff going on for Gamescom. So expect lots of content, maybe a couple of videos, but you know, a lot of written stuff as well. So power supply in there. Can't believe we haven't even done one PC yet. Got to do 5 of these. Kill me now. Right, let's get this all sorted. What case is good for this year? What about Fantex? P500A is a good case, actually, yeah. Fantex have got some really good stuff on like the lower sort of cheap end. That, you know, in terms of airflow and stuff, are actually very, very good. South Wales, it's cold today. Yeah, we've got a couple of people from Wales on our Discord as well. So we've got Welshie, who just said that he's from Wales. There's a couple of other people from other areas of Wales. So welcome, welcome. Right, let's put the CPU ones in. What do we need on this one as well? Is it 8-pin and a 4-pin? 8-pin and an 8-pin. Of course it is, it's Intel. 8-pin and an 8-pin. What have we got? Wanted to ask, how good is the Asus ROG Strix B550F with a Ryzen 7 3700X and 3070 Ti? To be fair, that sounds like a really well balanced system. The B550F, I'm pretty sure they've got the F Gaming 2 Wi-Fi now, which is actually cheaper than the F Gaming. So if it was me, I'd potentially look at that one. You'd probably save a little bit of money, and I think some of the features are slightly different, but not enough that you really notice. The Galahad 360. Yeah, that's not a bad little cooler. It looks really nice with the little magnetic thing that goes onto the CPU block as well. Samsung 990 Pro. To be fair, I haven't kept up with a lot of SSD stuff, so I haven't looked into the 990 Pro. The last one we did was the 980 Pro, which was very, very good. Shout out to the mods on Discord. Yes, Dean, we'll shout out to them. Yeah, I wish it was 18 degrees or even 22 degrees right now. That'd be lovely. Dropped it.
Well,
what are you trying to do?
I'm putting the standoffs on.
Why?
Because the last step.
Oh, okay. I'll let you off then. Right, let's get that one in there.
Where did it go?
It went down there somewhere.
Behind me. Okay,
Yeah. One hot day per year. Try living in the southeast of England. It's been murder here. We had 44 degrees in one day. So yeah. Here I am secretly doing maths to convert 26 to freedom units so I can understand. So 28 is 82 and 16 is 61. So that should help you. You can kind of work out the rest in between and stuff. Any word on Intel GPUs? The A380 GPU. So it's been a bit of a weird one because they released some stuff in China and now something has come up in America that they're listing stock and stuff like that. It's just kind of all over the place right now. So I've heard nothing for the major countries, Europe and stuff like that. So I think it's still just a bit of a waiting game. Might have to send Deck to go and get some slush puppies. Deck, I know you're watching this. Can you go get some slush puppies, please? A large green one for me, please. Thank you. So Deck's in the other room and I'm pretty sure he's watching this stream right now, so hopefully he just heard what I said and we'll come through with some refreshing beverages.
If he hasn't heard, we'll make sure he does.
Exactly that. Scalpers again. No, I don't think that scalpers have kind of seen their day for now. We don't know what there's going to be like when it comes to the next gen of stuff. New NVIDIA 4000 series and the 7000 series from AMD. We could see it happen all over again. Mining could boom again, and I don't know. Somebody say slush puppies. Yeah, we did. What flavour you want? Green?
Maybe a mix of green and blue.
Green and blue? Who does green and blue? That's like... What was the green? Green was apple. So you want apple and blue?
Is
Raspberry.
Apple and raspberry.
Yeah, okay. Apple and raspberry for the kid.
That is a very, very common flavour combination, I will have you know.
I don't know. Normally, if I'd get a slush puppy, it'd be red and blue, not green and anything.
Apple. You saying you don't like apple and raspberry?
No, I do. I just never really experienced it in a slush puppy. Be quick or be dead.
What?
Apple slush puppies. No, I'm looking for on the way home this afternoon. Yeah, they're like really, really good. There's a place in the village that does it where we're based, and yeah, they are very, very good. From what I heard, we won't see the desktop GPUs from Intel, but it's all rumors. To be fair, we're going to see them. It's just a matter of when. And the biggest thing at the moment, it really comes down to drivers. How old is Brandon? How old are you, Brandon?
I'm 22.
He's 22. He's a baby. Yeah, so a lot of people are saying hardware issues, but the main thing I've been hearing has been down to the drivers, which you could argue is hardware related because the drivers and the hardware kind of have to go hand in hand. I think, the problem is with a lot of news outlets, it's how they decide to try and swing it and stuff like that. Thinking of Brandon from LTT. Hi. I want a green one, and for some weird reason he wants a green and a blue one.
Apple and raspberry is incredibly common.
I can't wait for it to be really bad and him go, I wish I didn't order this now.
I'm going to go, apple and raspberry together at last.
Thank you. Right, where we at? Is yours done?
Yeah, I'm just putting stuff away.
Cool. Okay, so one is basically done.
Missing CPU
and a graphics card.
But we have a graphics card for it, but there's no point doing that if we don't have a CPU.
Yeah. I mean, that could have been better.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to do that bit.
So this is one of the rigs. The reason that the CPU isn't actually in there and the AIO isn't on there is because this particular cooler comes with the Intel bracket pre-installed, and because of that, it has the plastic thing protecting it because it has thermal paste pre-installed as well. If we change that to the AMD one, because we're not putting a processor in it at this point in time, it's just going to potentially get all dirty from the thermal paste and stuff. So we're going to leave it like that.
The alternative would be clean it up and put thermal paste on it later, but what's the point?
No, exactly. We will probably, there's just no point doing that at all. So we'll stick that like that. What else we got? I saw a funny article yesterday. Apple is the future. I saw that one. I thought it was hilarious. Apple is the future of gaming.
Oh, I saw that one, yeah.
I mean, I play games on my phone, and that is an Apple phone, if that's what they mean. But sadly, they did not mean that.
If you're one of the 5 Apple Arcade subscribers, maybe.
One of the 5?
Yeah.
Is there only 5?
I would assume so.
Yeah, spoken like a true Android fanboy. Right, so my one is half done. It just needs an AIO in there, and then I can move on to the next one. I feel like it's cooling down a little bit.
Not Android fanboy, I just don't like Apple. There's a difference.
Is there?
Yeah.
So if you don't like something and you like the other thing, doesn't that make you a fanboy?
Well, no, because it's not that I like Android, because, like...
Surely you like Android if you don't like the alternative.
I just prefer Android.
Oh dear. Right, where we at?
Panels out the way, get them on that PC, and then that one's ready to be put away.
Cool. So, yep, side on the... I mean, not put away, put it in the other room.
That's away as far as I'm concerned.
Cool. So that one's basically done. Needs the glass put on there.
Yes.
Happy days. We're getting there. We've basically... I mean, technically we haven't even done one. Because it's not fully built. But technically we kind of have done one. So in terms of the GPU, this is another thing that I need to talk to you guys about. Because with test benches, obviously you need to try and make things as fair as possible. This is the AMD test bench. This is the Intel test bench in terms of CPUs. Obviously the AMD one we'll probably have to build another one. So I'll have to speak to NZXT and get all new parts when AM5's here. Yeah. So we can build an AM5 one, then we can compare directly AM4 to AM5. What will kind of happen is, to be as fair as possible when comparing an AMD processor to an Intel processor to the AM5 sets of processors, we need to use the same graphics card. So, obviously we can't use the same memory because this is DDR5, that is DDR4. So we have to kind of, be a little bit different with that. We could run a DDR4 board and compare against AM4, but obviously AM5 is going to be DDR5, so we'll make a new one for that to compare against this, to compare against that, to compare... Yeah, you get the idea. But we need to keep the GPU as consistent as possible. So we're going to stick with our Gigabyte RTX 3080 Gaming OC, and then all we'll do is that will go into this system, we'll go out of that system, into that system, out of that one into the AM5 system, so they will share a GPU, purely because I haven't got 3 of this exact same GPU. So that's how we're going to do that. Right, this one done?
Yes.
Cool. Put it somewhere.
Yep, that is
with the GPU. Do I know when the RTX 4080 will be released? So, I do not know definitively. Nvidia, I don't even think at this point know definitively, because issues, and the main issue being the fact that they still have a lot of stock of the 30 series which they want to clear before announcing and releasing the 4000 series. I think what I've heard so far, and a lot of this has actually been from power supply manufacturers, comes down to the fact that with the 4000 series, what I'm hearing is this year we're going to see either a 4090 or a 4090 Ti. So they're going to release the flagship first. The next ones after that, so I'm talking the 4080, the 4070 and so forth, what I'm hearing at the moment, at this precise moment in time, is next year. Probably January, probably CES is when you'll hear an announcement, and then it'll be released shortly after that. That seems to make the most sense. If it does get delayed beyond that, the next logical date that makes sense is going to be NVIDIA's GTC, GPU Tech Conference, which generally is April, May March, April time. That's what I'm hearing at the moment. Obviously, things could change. We will see kind of what the situation is with that as time goes on. So yeah, hopefully that gives you like a bit of an idea. Brandon doing the big mistake of closing the side panels before it's even done. It was done. It was done.
It is done.
It's a CPU test bench, so we don't need a CPU in it because the CPU changes. So what will happen is we will go, oh, we need to test this CPU, so we'll take that and we'll put it into that system. We'll then take that out when we're done, ready for the next processor to go in. Big brain move. What else we got? I'm hoping my Z690 Tomahawk will handle the Raptor Lake i9 13900K. Do you think it will be able to? I haven't heard anything about anything. I don't even think it's been confirmed yet as to whether. I think it was kind of speculated but not confirmed that Z690 would be able to run 12th gen and 13th gen. Wouldn't surprise me if we do see a new chipset to keep up with AM5 when that comes out, because that's probably going to have more features than Z690. But it's all kind of up in the air with that. Hopefully AM5 is released soon. I'm hearing dates of 27th of September now. I think it was meant to be like the 15th. Now it's the 27th. Can you put an AO in that as well, please? So yeah, kind of all up in the air. 1660 Ti or 3060, which one should you pick up? Best performance while looking at budget. If you care about ray tracing, then 3060. If you don't care about ray tracing, I'd go AMD. So I wouldn't go for a 1660 Ti now. It's still a great card for 1080p gaming, but I don't think it's, I don't know, it's not the card I'd buy in 2022. If I had the sort of money to buy a 3060 and I cared about ray tracing, I'd buy a 3060. If I didn't care about ray tracing, I'd maybe be looking for the same sort of price. You should be able to get like a 6700 XT or a 6750 XT. It'll offer better performance overall. With a much higher power requirements, I wonder how many more companies will put displays in their power supplies to check draw. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Obviously, this case hasn't got it, but a lot of cases have like the little cutout. And you can get power supplies like the Asus Thor, which has the little reader, and it will tell you how much power draw. We are actually potentially looking at adding in charts. Let me know if this is actually something you want to see. We're looking at adding in a chart where we will take the average price per kilowatt in the UK and the US, and then working out kind of roughly how much a GPU would cost. We need to do some calculations about how much usage we would base it on and stuff like that, whether it be an hour a day or 2 hours a day over the course of a year, work out the average and stuff. But is that something you guys want to see? How much, you know, a graphics card would cost to run? Because with our GPU test bench, we have got the facility now to actually just grab the power draw specifically from the GPU itself and not the total power of the whole system. Let me know if that's something you want to see. Get all the colours for slushy in a cup. Yeah, they do red, blue and green. I don't know how strawberry, raspberry and apple would go. So, what issues do you expect first gen AM5 will have? What was the main problem with first gen AM4? Memory. It's gonna suck. It's not even me being harsh, right? You wasn't here. First gen Ryzen. God, it was so bad. It was like, right, it's got their own version of XMP, AXMP or DOCP or whatever, and you'd be like, right, set, save, doesn't boot. Why doesn't it boot? It should. It's XMP. It should just work. And this is a running joke that me and some people on our Discord have had. The whole point of Intel versus AMD, what one would I choose? And I'm like, right, at home, I've got an AMD system. At work, I think I'm using an Intel system. If I was to build one right now, it depends on what gives me the better value for money. I'm all about value for money. But when I've tried things with AMD, I'm not saying it doesn't not work every time, first time, but there has been teething issues. Intel, every single time I build something with Intel, it just works. And this is kind of the big thing. And I get it, some people like AMD, some people like Intel. This is why we are doing a mixture of systems and stuff like that. That's just, yeah, my kind of take on it, really. What else we got? But yeah, Target Components. So anyone who doesn't know, Target Components are one of a very, very large distributor in the UK. They work with some of the biggest brands on the market, Team Group. I think they've done stuff with AMD and Gigabyte and stuff like that. So, and they also work with a lot of small system builders, and they probably see this time and time again, memory incompatibility. First gen Ryzen sucked. Next gen Ryzen was better. Third gen Ryzen was even better. Fifth gen Ryzen even better. Intel just brought out a platform. Ta-da! Works. No memory compatibilities. And I'd like to think history will repeat itself. That was on DDR4. DDR5 is going to be exactly the same. So yeah, do you think going from a 9900K to a 3900K will see a big increase in performance in gaming? Yes. Huge. Monumentally. Massively. Yes. So John, I'm guessing you're talking about the power thing, right? 24 hours a day, please and thanks. I never turn mine off because lazy. The problem is, do we test what it would be like at 100% load, or do we take an average of what the load would be? Because obviously if you're playing games, you're not at 100% load. You're going to be sort of going like this. But we want to try and give you guys kind of the fairest analysis as we physically can. So, I don't know, it's a bit of a tricky one. It's always memory issues with new platforms. On AMD, yes. On Intel, never had a problem. Never. It's actually supposed to be reason of launch date delay for new Ryzen as BIOS needs update because of RAM issues. Yes. So I spoke to a brand the other day and I said, have you got any X670 stuff at the moment? They were like, we've got one board. And they said it's just BIOS update after BIOS update after BIOS update. They didn't say why, but I could hazard a guess it'll be to RAM compatibility issues. So yeah. Yeah, I remember. I think it was first gen Ryzen when you had like 1T and 2T, and even though the RAM was like specific and it said 1T, yeah, you had to run it at 2T, even if the XMP profile had 1T. I need my slush puppy. My throat's going. It hurts so bad. That's why I'm waiting for second gen AM5. To be fair, most of it comes down to BIOS, so as long as they keep tweaking the BIOS and that, it should be fine. What else we got? Intel and Nvidia just work. The problem is you pay more for the privilege. You do, and you know I used to love AMD back in the day. AMD evolved with the XP mobile days, the like Athlon 1800 XP, the 2500 XP. What was it, the Barton core? I think it was. They were great for overclocking. They gave you the same performance when overclocked as Intel, but for a fraction of the cost. I kind of wish AMD kind of went back to them days again. You know, the ability to do high overclocks and stuff, and pay little to no money for it. But I don't know, maybe we're past them days and we're in a different generation now. Definitely wait for Ryzen specific DDR5. Yeah, so with the whole Ryzen issues and stuff, I remember memory manufacturers actually brought out kits that had a little Ryzen sticker on there, like a Ryzen certified, so that you knew if you bought it, you'd actually have the ability to, you know, it would potentially work first time. So yeah. Don't know, we'll see what happens. It's going to be an interesting one. Alder Lake has some issues with DDR5. I've not had any issues with Alder Lake and DDR5. It worked. So yeah. You guys actually use DDR5 at the moment. So this system has got DDR5 in it. This has got 32 gig of somewhere. Corsair Dominator Platinum RGB. We've got another system we're building which has got the Corsair Vengeance RGB. Not RGB, DDR5. Average would be best, not even. I have mine running at 100% 24/7 if I'm sleeping. It's pretty much idle. Only thing is on Discord, Twitter and Twitch. So what we might have to do is draw, I don't know, we run a set of games. Maybe we run a set of games, we work out what the average power draw is for the graphics card over, you know, 10 minutes of playing different games. We can then work out what an hour at playing like that would be, and then a day would be like at that, or just do the hour and then you can sort of times it by 24 or times it by 24 then 365 to get a year. I don't know, it's something we definitely need to look into, especially in the UK. The power prices at the moment, electricity prices are going through the roof. So yeah,
idle draw is probably an important one. How much is it going to cost you just to leave your computer on?
Yeah.
I hear a door.
I do. I think a slush puppy is on its way. Alright, what else we got? Can I get one of these PCs? No. I have a buzzing noise coming from the CPU area. Is it possible it's the power supply? If it's buzzing, like a coil whine kind of noise, or, I mean, it could be capacitors, your VRMs and stuff like that. They can make buzzing noises. Also, when I move my mouse in the desktop. Oh.
Surprisingly, this one actually looks quite nice.
Look at the colours.
Cool. Alright.
The colours look
Alright, colour-wise, yes. What it's going to taste like, I don't know. Thanks, Deck.
It's going to taste like apple and raspberry. Yep, tastes like apple and raspberry.
I mean, that's what you'd expect, but does it work?
Yeah, of course it does. It's happened on Raspberry.
So yeah, as someone's actually put, you can undervolt. So you could try undervolting, running your stuff a little bit lower. We can help do that if you head on over to our Discord, discord.gg/eTeknix. We can help you try and do that. See if that noise disappears. If it does, then there's a problem potentially with the actual hardware itself. Oh, that's so good. So good. TP-Link Tapo do a smart plug that will give you... So we don't even need that. We actually have hardware, calibrated hardware as well, that will allow us to do full system draw. But we also have a kit from NVIDIA called a PCAT, which basically goes into the slot of a motherboard. Graphics card then goes into that and also measures the power draw from the cables as well as the slot. Because obviously a slot can do 75 watts, then each power connector would depend on whether it's a 6-pin or an 8-pin or whatever, can do 75 or 150 watt. So we'll be able to actually tell what the power draw is for the graphics card or the complete system, and then all we have to do is put it into a spreadsheet, times it by, in the UK, say the average is 35 pence a kilowatt, and then that will tell us what it actually takes to run it for an hour, because it'll be 35p per kilowatt hour. So for an hour at this wattage, this is times it by this is how much it'll run. We can then work that out, and then we can times that by however. So make Deck show himself. No one wants to see that. Went down the wrong hole. In 2050, a PC will need its own nuclear power plant. I said that about the 40 series, to be fair. Can you jump to the latest BIOS or go up through them one at a time? Generally speaking, you can jump to the newest BIOS, but ASRock are notorious for this. If you go onto ASRock's support page where all the BIOS stuff is, and you check that out, you'll actually see that it will say do not upgrade beyond this if you're using this processor or using that processor, that kind of thing. So yeah, definitely just double check the BIOS page and just scroll down to your one and then check the notes for every single one above it. There's normally a big warning. ASRock are the worst for it, but I have seen it with other brands as well. Pineapple, mango, cherry. Do you know what? I really want to buy a slush puppy machine. You seen the price of them?
Like the big one?
Yeah. They're like 1,500 quid.
Yeah, I do want one myself.
Yeah, crazy. Might just buy a, what's he called? Mr. Frosty. Can make a little thing that he squeezes stuff on. It's not quite the same, but yeah.
Oh, the what they call them, snow cones?
Mm. Yeah. So we call these slush puppies in America. I'm pretty sure they call them slushies. Other countries, I don't know. Check it media, very dark in there. I'm telling you now, it's not. Big ass light, big ass light, big ass light, little light. I don't think anyone else has said it's dark in here. What else we got? My Corsair 6200 works only at 5600. Anything up, blue screen, or didn't boot. What size kit? Are you using all 4 sticks? If you're using 4 sticks, then that's probably your issue. 2 sticks will probably work at the rated speed. We've run at 6200, no problem though, haven't we? Didn't we get up to close to 7,000 on one kit? Sabrent kit, I think it was.
I'll actually check our overclocking charts, see what the highest we got was.
Right. Where are we at with this? We need an AIO, don't we?
HD audio I was doing. I was getting all of the main stuff done.
Okay, I'll sort the AIO then.
Is the HD audio on this? Got the connector for it?
Move your finger and I'll have a look.
It's got 2 extra pins.
Ooh. Extra pins. Yeah, that's audio. Yeah, it's the ones to the left.
I was just wondering what those extra pins were.
Yes.
They are, yes, good to know.
There you go. Right, what's we got? It might be audio sensing or something like that. Mr. Frosty terrible, but yeah, it's the awful syrup, definitely. Didn't DDR4 above 3600 megahertz also destabilize some systems? Not that I've sort of heard, but the kind of, especially on AMD, if you're using an AMD Ryzen system, the sweet spot is DDR4 3600 megahertz, CAS latency 16. Anything above that is kind of diminishing returns. That you might get a little bit more performance, but it's going to cost you a lot more money. So you're using 2 times 16 gig. What processor are you using and what board? Right. Let's build this.
The highest clock speed we've got on DDR5 is 6,666 on this exact kit.
Oh, there you go. Happy days. Cool. Right, let's build another AIO. What's the best air cooler for a Ryzen 5, not Ryzen 6? Ryzen 5 3600 for around £180 odd. I mean, that's a lot of money for a Ryzen 5 3600.
Air cooler too.
Air cooler with 2 fans. I'd just go and notch you a D15.
I was
It'll
gonna
cost
say you can
you,
spend half that.
is it like 90 quid?
Something like that.
Yeah. Notch you a D15, about 90 quid. That's a Kraken AIO. I'll get my coat. What's wrong with a Kraken? Genuine question. What is wrong with a Kraken? Because we've got 5 of them. Is it worth to go for a new system with DDR5, or do you say DDR4 still good? Because here in the Netherlands it's maybe $200 different. Thinking a DDR5 system i9 12900. Your opinion? I mean, you could wait for the 13900Ks and the 13th gen to come out, which is going to be this year. DDR4 is still very much good. The difference between DDR4 and DDR5 is getting larger now that faster speed kits are coming out. But DDR5 is still, I guess, a premium. It depends on what you're trying to do and stuff like that. For the average user, you're probably fine. DDR4, 3600, 32 gig kit is going to be more than enough for your needs. Oh, right. He said Kraken. Cracking. He said Crackings. Yeah.
Oh.
He was trying to be funny. Sorry, Rich. I had to joke. Just because you did.
There's a lot of people have been talking about the NZXT callers because Henry Cavill had a picture of his PC.
Right.
He's using Kraken, but he replaced the fans with Noctuas.
Okay. Yeah, each to their own.
People are going nuts because, oh my god, Henry Cavill is using Noctua. And it's like,
You know he doesn't live that far away from here.
do you know?
No, he lives in Surrey. So like an hour drive.
See if we can get him on a video.
How cool would that be if I could get Henry Cavill in here and like we build him like a custom loop system or something?
I have a friend who would be incredibly jealous of that.
So do I.
I have a dad who would be incredibly jealous of that.
Could you imagine that? How cool would that be though? I want to build a kick-ass gaming PC, future-proof at least 4 years. I mean, if you're looking to future-proof, then yes, DDR5. If it was me personally, I would wait a month and a bit for AM5 to come out and then see what kind of happens where the dust settles and stuff like that. So that's personally what I would do. I just think, yeah, waiting a little bit longer would be the better choice.
Fans, that's cables are that side.
Yep.
Just double checking.
Kevin, hello. How we doing? Alex Cullen, Lambert. Oh right, yeah, I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. DDR4 to DDR5 is like Lambo to Ferrari. Yeah. I mean, a fast speed DDR4 kit in comparison to a, relatively okay-ish speed DDR5 kit, keeping the money side of things, as close as possible. Yeah, I can see your point.
Latency is still better on DDR4 though, isn't it?
Yeah, cache latency and stuff like that. So, but then it's one of them weird ones of you can get more speed but less latency, or you can get the other way. So yeah, more speed, worse latency, or better speed and higher latency. So again, depends on what you're doing. For an average gamer, I guarantee you I could build a DDR4 kit system and a DDR5 system, and you probably wouldn't even notice a difference. Declan, I would be incredibly jealous of that. Do you think I should reach out to Henry's team?
I say there's no harm in trying.
Yeah. It's like, yo, what up, Superman? Does RAM voltage matter then much? I can't find an answer. So when it comes to memory, stock, if you're running at stock, the memory voltage will have its memory voltage baked into the memory. So if it's got an XMP profile, or whether it's just the SPD profile, which is what they call JADEC spec, you will have. Alright.
Where did my screwdriver go?
Oh no, I probably nicked it. Yeah, I did. There you go. So yeah, you'll have the voltage baked into it. if you're looking at increasing your voltage, that will obviously give you more power to the memory, so you can do other things like push the frequency or potentially tighten the timings. Again, memory overclocking, unless you're doing it kind of, I guess, as a big thing where you're trying to break world records, you're maybe doing it on liquid nitrogen and stuff like that. For the average consumer, especially if you are a gamer, again, diminishing returns. It's like you're going to spend 4 or 5 hours in a day overclocking and tweaking and getting things just right to then run a game to get 2 extra FPS. It's just not worth it. And to be fair, I say the same now about CPU overclocking. CPUs, whether you're doing AMD or Intel, have got so much better now at auto overclocking through max turbo boost or precision boost overdrive that they can pretty much do a better job than what you can, because they're constantly monitoring and changing it on the fly, whereas you're going, I want it set at this. It doesn't make sense now in 2022 to still be overclocking when the product can do it so much better than you can. Just, my thoughts. So, what else we got? A custom Warhammer Henry Cavill build. I've actually got some ideas. Maybe we could do something. I think it'd be quite cool.
You've got a whole host of options. You've got Warhammer. He
Witcher.
likes that. Witcher. He likes World of Warcraft, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we could really throw him for a loop and do a Man from U.N.C.L.E. thing.
Yeah. Or just go with Superman. Be pretty cool. DDR5 RAM is slowly getting cheaper, I'm noticing. It is. I still feel like if you're going to go DDR5, you want to be looking at like a 6,000 megahertz kit. Or we did a written review on the Sabrent kits. They're 4,800 megahertz, but you can overclock it to like 6,000 with ease. So you're actually paying 4,800 megahertz prices, but you're getting 6,200 megahertz kind of performance. So yeah. Some RAM runs at 1.2 volts, some at 1.3. I was worried for a bit. So 9 times out of 10, that is because some of them will use the ICs, the little memory chips on there. Some of them will use Samsung, BDI and stuff like that, which is the type of IC, or they use SK Hynix. So depending on what they use and how the voltage is actually regulated and how much power they actually need will depend on how much power the whole stick of memory actually needs. But yeah, you just can't go wrong with setting it. It's JDEC spec and job done. Tuning RAM is way too underrated though. If you're on 1080p or 40% CPU band, you get 15% FPS increase with tuned BDI RAM. You can, but tuned BDI RAM, so we're talking about RAM that has very specific binned ICs on there, you're generally going to pay more for. For that same money, you could just buy a faster kit in general and pretty much get the same kind of results. Yeah, it's almost like buying a £20,000 car and spending 20 grand on it, right? So now you've spent 40 grand, or you just buy a car for 35 grand that was better than it in the first place. Do you know what I mean? There's like so many different ways you can look at it. What else we got? Overclocking a GPU is a bit pointless as well nowadays. Exactly. The whole point with GPUs and the way that they do it now, especially going back to like NVIDIA Pascal days, with when they first implemented boost technology. I think it was Pascal. No, Maxwell. When they first implemented boost technology, the whole point of it is the GPU will boost if it has A, the power to do so, and B, the temperature thermal headroom. It has a headroom sort of limit of here. If it's down here, it will boost. As it boosts, the temperature goes up and gets to that headroom. As it gets to the limit, it will then go, it's now running too hot, we need to basically downclock it a little bit on the fly automatically. It does that, and the temperature goes back down again. As soon as it sees that it's got that headroom again, it then boosts back up again and does that. By you constantly just going manually, overclock, it's sitting so close to here that you're actually losing performance in the dips. Instead of it going like this, where it knows kind of what it's doing, it's just constantly going across like this. So you're actually losing that bit of performance at the top. Hopefully that makes sense. What you want is for your system to boost for the maximum amount of time, and to do so you want it to run as cool and as efficient as possible to keep a sustained level of boost. Pick up the pace with that AIO, whoever that dude is with Andy. Come on, chop chop.
I'm doing this one-handed.
You use both hands.
I am, but the other hand is getting a screw in.
Oh, okay. Right, don't OC for value or time or money, OC for fun. It's like a very slow puzzle game. The reward is the journey experience, not it. See, I did all that years and years and years ago. I'm kind of a bit bored of it now. I hear the man from Uncle and automatically go back to the original show. Wasn't that with the guy who was in Superman 3? What was his name?
What guy in Superman 3?
Like the bad guys in it.
Yeah.
There was the two women and then the guy.
Yes, I think I remember.
Someone Vaughn.
What, Vince Vaughn?
No, not Vince Vaughn. No, he would have been like, I don't know, like 5 years old at the time.
Well, I hear Vaughn. I can't help but think of Vince Vaughn.
Mm-mm. If anyone knows, what was the guy's name who was in Man from Uncle? He was also in Superman 3, and he was in the program Hustle. Did you ever watch Hustle?
I never did, no.
Oh, okay, that was a good program. What we got? I think someone asked about that memory kit. I don't know where it went. The Viper memory kit?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the best overclocking kit we had. Admittedly, it was 6200 megahertz as standard, but just a really nice kit. So I've always rated Patriot kits quite highly. What else we got? I have a Cooler Master H500M and I've had it for a few years now. I want something a bit different, but not really sure what. Any suggestions? I need to know kind of a little bit more about what you're after. It's a problem. Like, it could be such a blanket term. Well, get this, get that. It depends. Do you want a product with this, or do you want features like that? So if you can give me a bit more information, I can definitely help recommend something. Overclocking a GPU better than stock is basically undervolting that. Exactly. If you undervolt it, temperature's down, it boosts longer. Ta-da! Which increases your temperature headroom. Is spending £100 more for DDR5 Z690 Tomahawk and Corsair 5600 CAS 36 compared to DDR4 Z690 Tomahawk and Corsair 3600 16 really worth it? Yes and no. I think things are going to get better over time, as you know, especially when it comes to games, as they optimize newer technologies and things like that. Because we're still playing games that were, you know, the creation of them was 6 months to a year ago. So, you know, in CD Projekt Red's case, like 10 years ago. But I think, you know, moving forward, the DDR4 systems are going to, the gap between DDR4 and DDR5 is only going to get bigger, and you're going to have that room to future-proof as well. Whereas if you're going DDR4 now, you're kind of stuck in yesteryear's technology, if that makes sense. Overclocking definitely made a difference 10 or 15 years ago, but not in 2022. Exactly. Like I say, the Mobile XP Barton days, Q6600s, I remember overclocking them to like the moon and back. Athlon 64s. It's just, yeah, we don't get that anymore, which is a shame. And if you do want that now, you have to pay so much more for it because it's binned and stuff like that. 011 Mini's a good case. How many builds you done so far? Don't ask, Joe. This is the second one, which is like almost done.
Yeah, this one is another one where it's just wires now.
Yeah, getting there though. I might put the processor in that one just because then we can test it, so we've got some baseline figures. There's one somewhere.
There's one here.
Here's one we made earlier. Is that the one you dropped? So we was picking stuff up off the floor earlier to put on the desk to make the thumbnail, and Brandon dropped a 12900K.
It slipped.
He dropped a 12900K. Can you believe that?
It slipped.
It slipped because he dropped it.
It's not.
Yeah, Thunder Turbine. So anyone who doesn't know this, anyone who's on AMD, for some reason, Asus are the worst for it. A lot of their motherboards on auto voltage put the CPU V-core voltage to like 1.4. If you go into your BIOS and change it to like 1.225, you will see your temperatures drop by like 15 degrees. You might not boost for as much because it hasn't got the same amount of voltage, but I guarantee it in games and stuff, you're not going to notice it anyway. But you're going to be like 15 degrees cooler, so you'd like to think you've got a little bit more headroom. I don't know why they do it. It's a really, really annoying bug. I've told every manufacturer about it. Asus are the worst for it. They're really, really aggressive on the load line calibration, which causes it to do this as well. But you can actually set a manual V-core voltage and get much, much better results. So yeah, so there's that. Idles at 40 to 50. So yeah, you dropped 20 degrees. Robert Vaughan, that's the one. Thank you. Yeah, Robert Vaughan. He speaks like with a really weird kind of American-y, British-y accent.
How do you have an American-y, British-y accent?
Imagine a posh American. You'd almost be like, are they English? It's like that. Makes sense to me. What's the case? This is the NZXT H7 Flow. We've already done one. This is the second one. Sandy Bridge, OC Heaven. I like Sandy Bridge. Ivy Bridge was Haswell was good. But yeah, 2700K and a 2500K. Was it 20? Yeah, 2500K. The i5. Yeah, they were beastly. What do you think about the i9 KS? Overpriced. I'd just buy a KF. If you don't need the GPU, I'd buy the KF, which is, I think it's like 100 quid cheaper than the KS, and just be done with it. I tried overclocking GPU before without success. Recently bought a 6700 XT and drew 180 watts during games. Video suggested set FPS to match display. Now set 80 FPS and 100 watts in all games. Exactly. I mean, so much. This is the beauty of like PCs and gaming and stuff like that, is you can like set things to how you want it to be. Yes, you could get an extra 10-20 frames per second, but look at the trade-off that you're getting for it. 20 frames per second, but you're using another 80 watts of power. You can notice that in a game when you're already at like 90 FPS? Probably not. I see you've got the art of delegation down to a T. It's great, right? Sipping on a drink, yeah.
Yeah, this was pitched to me. Do you want to help me build computers?
Are you helping?
I feel like I'm doing the most, actually.
So even Squall said the same as me about the processor that you dropped.
What?
Good job it's LGA.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said. When he dropped it, I was like, I'm so glad that wasn't a Ryzen processor. Could you imagine the pins? Because the carpet in here, it's like one of them office carpets where it's like ribbed as well. So it just would have got caught and yeah. I like something with good airflow, mid-tower size-wise. I just want something that stands out and is a bit different. Everyone has the O11. I completely agree. NZXT H7 Flow. They're about 120 quid. You could... This with RGB in it looks amazing. You might not like RGB, but if you want RGB, this looks amazing. You could get some fans to go in the front. 360mm AIO like we've done. Can I turn this around? Just so everyone can see. I'd say this is one of the best cases that came out this year. The Lancall Mesh 3 I think is out now. That's meant to be quite good as well. But yeah, I definitely agree. The O11 Dynamic is lovely, but everyone and their mum has got one now.
What was that Fractal one you really liked earlier this year?
The Fractal Torrent, that is amazing. If you want airflow, Fractal Torrent. It will cost you more, but damn. 2 180mm fans in the front, or they've got the Torrent Compact or the Mini. Definitely have a look at them. One of my favourite cases of the year. But this, I like this as well. It just makes sense. Will Brandon be fired for dropping a CPU? If it doesn't work, then yes. Now I got you worried.
Well, here's the thing, right? I'm not the only person to have dropped anything in this office.
3060 Ti, great choice if you're on a budget for games like Fortnite and that kind of shit. I mean, for Fortnite, 3060 Ti is way above spec. You can get away with so much lower stuff. Depends what resolution you're playing, but yeah, if you want like ray tracing and stuff like that as well. I'm back where the PC's at. Here's one. The other one's on the floor. We've still got another 3 to do. After you finish your Nvidia drink, will you get something from Team Red and Team Blue too? He's got the blue one. Where's yours?
It's gone mostly bluish.
Oh, there you go. So I've got the green one. My one's for Nvidia. This one's for Intel. And then we could have got a red one, couldn't we? Thoughts on the 1700 contact frames? You're talking about the yeah, for the CPU socket. I haven't actually used one yet, and to be fair, I've not had these mass amounts of problems. I know what people say about the IHS on the CPU, where it's like not quite level. This one's actually all right. There's a little bit of rocking to it where it's not flat and stuff, but again, I think people just love to sort of moan about things. So yeah, I'd say if you've got no problems, then you know, what's the problem?
People like to moan. That's just the internet.
It is
condensed
indeed.
into one sentence.
Yeah. So this is why I still think the 90s was the best decade, because it was before like the internet really took off and stuff, and people didn't, I don't know, feel the need to complain about everything all the time. For some reason, my RAM won't stay at 3600 megahertz. The computer won't even turn over to boot through all the way to the BIOS, but it works at 2600 megahertz, all 128 gigs of RAM. I mean, that's your problem. You're using too much RAM and expecting too much from the memory controller. What processor is it? Are you running on AMD or Intel or what? You dropped your 3600 and it survived. Happy days. Short Shins, if you need any more help with cases and stuff like that, head on over to our Discord. The link is somewhere in the chat. So yeah, you know, head over there. We can help you sort of decide, you know, exactly what you want. Thinking of going back into the world of tech reviews part-time, not for Gadget Yo, but for somebody else now the workshop's nearly finished. Happy days. I think Ben's just said there as well. You could maybe help him out at Enos Tech. Really like the Co-Link Stronghold case, mid-tower, nice features, matte black. It's like $65 here in the Netherlands. So yeah, in the UK, overclockers sell Co-Link. Their stuff isn't great. Like when you're feeling the metal and stuff like that, it's a little flimsy, but for the money, you're not going to really get better. So yeah, not bad at all. Do you rate Cooler Master cases? Some of them yes, some of them no. They seem, Cooler Master are one of these brands who seem to kind of do something on the low end, which is cheap and a bit but it does the job, or the high end. I'd like to see something more mid-rangey from them, like 120 to 180 pounds, mid-tower, something that can compete with something like this, the O11, the Corsair 5000D Airflow, or the Elites, elite versions of these cases, or the X series of, you know, 4000X, 5000X IQ. There just doesn't seem to really be much from Cooler Master in that kind of realm. So yeah, I'd like to see something more. But yeah, I do rate their cases, but yeah, I just want to see something more for what most users are going for right now. It just seems like they haven't got anything there. Love the 1990s. Life was more simple. It was easy, simple, and all that jazz. You know that?
Yeah, making sure I've got the right standoffs.
Alright, I'm going to put this processor in. I guess I'd better do something. So funny I'm doing this like with it vertically.
E or G?
Ta-da! I did something. Can we all just take a moment to appreciate I actually built some of this? You know that?
That one, that one, that one, that one. Don't know what they are.
Them ones. That's for Socket 2011. Then you've got AM4 over here.
Alright, so it's these ones.
That's AM4.
These ones. Got it.
Is it though?
Well, yeah, because it's AM4. Those are for the other one. These are the only other options.
That'd be 1150X. Which tells me
Don't tell me.
this one doesn't have. No, it says LGA 1700. Didn't we take one out of one?
LGA 1700 is the same, apparently.
No.
It says E or G, but we only have one. So,
So E is 1200 1150X. No, the one you want looks
Where
like
is it?
looks like that.
But where is it?
Take it from another one. I think we took one out of that for something else. That's why.
Yeah.
So you have to take it from another AIO, and then we can use the mounting brackets for AMD or something.
We already have an AMD one open.
What else we got? Come hang out with our amazing community by joining our Discord. There you go. There's a link to Discord. First PC was a 486x260. My first PC was, I want to say, if you could class it as a PC, an Amstrad PCW9512. Had a green and a black screen and a dot matrix daisy wheel printer. Does that count as a PC? If not, I had Spectrums and Commodore 64s as well. But I also had, I think the first one I actually built was a, no, I didn't build it. I had one before that, Pentium 2 MMX, which was like the processor that was in the big like heatsink. But the first one I actually built, I think, was a Duran 1100 on an MSI KT3 Ultra, I think. What else we got? Gmail got a UI update. Ooh, no. Why? Can you go back to the old one? Is that PC centric in the background? No. That's the second person who thinks that you're PC centric.
It's actually the third.
Is it?
Someone said yesterday the same thing during the test stream.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember who it was that said it. It was someone. You know who you are. Thank you for helping.
Thunder Turbine, see you later, dude. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the super chat as well. Appreciate that. Rich, about time you did some work. I do work. It's called delegation. Delegation. Right, what else we got? Yeah, definitely try and take out some of the memory sticks, post and beats. You're not ever going to run 128 gig at a certain speed if you check the QVL list for your motherboard, you'll see what kind of the max is that you can do. Sometimes you can push beyond that. Cooler Master are releasing 2 more cases this year. Both are low, mid-range, sub 100. Nothing mid-high end until next year. Yeah, I've heard the same. I saw the roadmap and like the stuff looks good. It's just I feel like they're missing a really, really important part of the market. Thought you were going to start reading bedtime stories. 80s and 90s when we still jump random stuff with our bikes without helmets. Yep, I used to ride around on little YZ125 motorbikes over hills and all sorts, and yeah, it was good fun. Do you remember the Spectrum ZX, the one that actually had like the layer of keys you could take off and clean and stuff? I think they're actually worth a fortune now. Just ordered the H510 Flow black and white version. Cheers, man. So the Flow is okay. I personally would have gone with one of the H7 series, like the H7 Flow, like this. But obviously down to your budget and stuff like that. There's people talking outside.
Yeah. Oh.
My first build was the 486 DX4 120. Jesus. So in 1994, I was 7 years old. What else we got? Mr. 90s as a 42-year-old, I remember the 90s fondly. The kids don't realise how great... The 90s were amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, and it's really weird because my missus was born in 91. I was only born in 87, but I remember the 90s. She doesn't. Needs more MSI. That's the Azus one. What was the first one we did?
MSI.
Yeah, Rich, you're late. The first build we did was MSI. Have we got any other MSI ones? How many MSI ones did we have? One? That one was Azus. And the others were motherboard ones, weren't they? So they don't have motherboards.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rich, you missed the MSI one, I'm afraid. But yes, doing very, very well. What else we got? I had a ZX. 8 meg to 16 meg of RAM in the 90s and being so excited. Yeah. Is the Height 60 a good case? I've not seen it, but I know someone who had one and they said it was good. So, yeah, I don't think it's a bad case. It's obviously a little bit different to the mass amounts of O11 dynamic builds that everyone has right now. Kind of gets a bit annoying after a while. How big is the difference in a performance between a 3080 Ti and a 3090? Currently buying parts for a new PC and they're priced very similar at the moment. I mean, how similar are we talking? The 3090 has got better performance typically than a 3080 Ti, but it's also used for other things as well. It also does run a little bit hotter because of the memory on the back of the GPU as well. I mean, you know, if we're talking like 30-40 quid, okay, I would get the 3090. If you're talking like 300-400 quid, then no. Hello from Ukraine. Hello. Hopefully everything's you know, okay for you there at the moment. Don't really hear too much about the whole Ukraine stuff anymore.
No,
It's all gone a bit quiet.
that's the way all things are, though, isn't it? When it comes to news media.
Yeah, it's like COVID doesn't exist anymore. Probably shouldn't have said that. This video is going to get demonetized now.
Oh no, they got rid of the demonetization.
Oh, okay, that's all right. What else we got? John, MSI. I use MSI stuff and not like ever had a problem. I've had my fair share of problems with all brands of stuff, so it's fine. Imagine how quickly this would be done if you were both working and building. I know, but then this live stream would be really boring because we wouldn't be talking. I ordered the H7 black and white. No, the H5. Short shins. What case have you ordered?
Is this normally loose?
What? Nope. Why is that loose? Have you used the wrong bracket?
Well, no, it's the only bracket.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it came with 2 brackets.
No, it's just one of those slidey ones.
Oh, okay. Then yes.
That's weird.
So it's in the outermost position, yeah?
Yep.
I guess it is what it is. I think I've only installed this once on Socket 1700. Yeah, is what it is. Is what it is.
Can't say I did it wrong because I didn't.
No. The H7, not okay. So you went for the H7 Flow or just the H7? No, it's not cross-threaded. It's just like loose. Like the bracket between the PCBs, just a bit. Meh. Right, what else we got? That's now done. That's now done. We have another PC to build. So I might as well start on that one, I guess. I joke, obviously I have even recommended MSI products in parts list when asked before. I just prefer a Zeus over it. Okay, so you've gone for the H7 Flow, which is perfect timing then. Where did you order it from? I don't even know what country you're in. Hopefully you ordered it on Amazon and used one of our affiliate links, because that would be amazing. But if not, no worries.
You'll know for next time.
No, that's the white and black. I don't want that one. I want just the black. Which will be over here. One of these ones.
Plug in, please. There we go. Okay. Should we just use the thermal paste that's on it for now?
Yep.
Cool.
Whee! Another case. So this is the H7 Flow in black. I'm in the UK. Lovely Maidstone. Ah, just down the road then. Yeah, Maidstone is 30 minutes from here and about 5 minutes from my mum and dad's house, because I'm originally from Chatham. Right, let's open this one up, shall we?
This one. This one. It's an awkward angle. There. Being crushed.
Sorry, I was trying to open the flaps. Oh dear. Alright. Take this one off, shall we? Oh, I can feel the static coming off of that. That is waiting for me to get electric shocked.
Ooh.
Hopefully I won't, because I haven't got anything on my feet, but...
I can feel it that far away.
Aye! Yep. That was a shock.
I hope that got picked up.
No, I'm not a Luton Road boy. I'm a Darlan boy. I lived in the posh part. But now I live in Canterbury, so yeah. Now I'm like super posh.
Well.
Squirrel, thanks for tuning in, dude. Appreciate it. Wouldn't it be easier to use some Thermaltake open cases that in general look a bit like test bench over a normal case? So we normally had an open bench table and we used that, but people then complained that our testing wasn't fair because we were using open air test benches and they wanted to see it in like an actual build. So hence we're moving over to this. So PC number 3. This is the H7 Flow in black. And this is going to be used for something. What's this one? Motherboard testing. So let's take the side panels off.
Well, we now have an issue.
What?
Drives.
Drives can wait. We can just put them in after. I mean, this one's not even going to have a motherboard in it, so this one's more just AIO power supply. That's about it.
You know what? I didn't even consider it.
Yes, the case did shock me. That's why I hate when case manufacturers have polystyrene instead of the other stuff. The black does look good, right?
In fairness, though, we also have a static problem in this office.
Yes. Yeah, I mean the static problem is so bad in this office that I have no shoes on. So, yeah, because if you wear shoes in this office, you will get shocked.
I'm wearing shoes. I haven't actually been shocked since getting these shoes, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my other shoes are better than the ones I had before. Right, that one. So this is the black one. This is going to be used for motherboard testing. So we're not actually going to put a motherboard in it because obviously we don't need a motherboard until we're ready to do testing. So keep it onto side view, please. So here's the case. What does everyone prefer, the white or the black? I'd love to sort of know what you guys actually think, whether you prefer the black one, whether you prefer the white one.
And then we haven't even seen the black and white one yet.
From Suffolk originally, moved to Luton Road. So did you move from Luton Road to Maidstone now? So I used to live right at the top where Luton Road is, right at the top of the hill, Ash Tree Hill, right at the top there, near the Ash Tree pub. Test bench makes sense when you put CPU etc. in the case, testing the case's airflow, and they're all different. It is, but you know, it's one of the things of we can be as inconsistent as we want, as long as we are consistently inconsistent, because then it is consistent. So even if we did something wrong when we're testing within this build, as long as we did it the same amount of wrongness in this one, then it's fine, because then we have an equal parameter for comparison. If we did it wrong in this one and right in that one, wouldn't be a fair comparison. So that's the way I look at it. Feeling the black. Okay, I think everyone likes the black. White wouldn't fit in the room. Who? Rochester here, moving the V. Oh, okay. Why is everyone from Kent in here? It's really weird. Ordered the black and white one. So, okay, I've got the black and white one down there. So if you stick around for about another 4 hours, we might actually get to that one. To be fair, these ones should be nice and quick because it's just power supply, cooler. That's pretty much it because we haven't got to put motherboards in.
And this one's done.
Cool. Right. Get that one done up. Happy days. So this one's done just to show you guys what it looks like.
Well, we'll ignore the GPU power cables because there's no GPU.
Yeah, there's no GPU in it at the moment, but that's basically how that one looks.
This is the one with the dropped CPU.
That is the one with the drop CPU. So if we go to turn this one on at some point, it doesn't work. It's his fault. So that's fine. They have a black and a white combo. They do. I've got it down on the floor, so we will get to that one in a bit. Let's see how quickly we can do this one, though. I need a power supply and a cooler.
Heed.
Right. I don't know if it's that drink or it has got cooler in here, but it's a bit more bearable now.
I haven't finished mine, so I'm still a bit warm.
I haven't finished mine yet, but yeah, definitely makes a difference. Choppy chop PC centric. He's not PC centric. He's just a poor boy.
Nobody loves me.
He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Right, let's get on with this one then. So, again, we're going with a C1000 Gold from NZXT. Again, giving us that headroom that even if we tested the most power-hungry motherboard with the most power-hungry processor on that platform, we are basically good to go with that.
Stack that glass panel, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. So, I'm off work today and the missus and the kids are out, so I'll stick around. Happy days.
Got a main on, so I'm not in the way.
I mean, if you're around later as well and you fancy supporting us, you can over on patreon.com/eTeknix, where tonight we are going to have like an impromptu Patreon game night. We're going to be playing CSGO, probably GTA Online, and maybe even some Minecraft, and then we play some like fun web-based games as well. So yeah, if anyone wants to join that, feel free. Patreon.com/eTeknix. Again, they think we're in Europe, so they give us a European plug. That's going in the bin. Right, let's get all this sorted. So anyone who hasn't joined our Patreon game nights, they are absolutely hilarious. Normally consists on a Saturday, every other Saturday, but I wasn't there for last week's one, so I'm kind of making up for it in today's one. But then we will be having one next week. So we'll be doing like the official one next week. We do have a giveaway that we do on the game nights as well. And yeah, it's just good fun. Everyone walks away laughing and whatnot, so happy days. Normally runs from 7:30 on that Saturday till, I mean, the latest we've ever done is like 3 o'clock in the morning, and that almost killed me. I think I ended up drinking loads of beer and then I moved on to red wine. So yeah, it's a good excuse to have a good laugh with like-minded people and have a bit to drink and have loads of laughter. But also on Patreon you get access to behind-the-scenes content. You get to support us in everything that we do as well. That support goes so far you wouldn't believe. And yeah, you also get access to our super secret special area on Discord as well. Right, let's get that plugged in. So, oh yeah, and anyone who's into Minecraft, we are working on like different perks that you get on Minecraft. So, what GPU goes with this one? The 3090?
Yeah.
What power connectors has that got? 2 or 3?
I think it's 2, but I'll double check for you.
There you go. I was waiting for that reference when you said he's a poor boy. I could have done the other reference. He's a very naughty boy.
I don't know that one.
No? He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. So, yeah, does anyone get that reference? He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy. 2, yeah?
2, yeah.
Cool. The older people in here should get that.
As soon as you say Messiah, my brain goes to Monty Python.
Yay! He got it! He got it. There we are.
I would assume Life of Brian then?
Hmm?
I would assume Life of Brian.
Always look on the bright side of life. Crafty Antics, hello Andy, my elusive friend. Mark, how we doing, dude? I think that's Mark, I'm looking at the picture. Yeah, Target Components knows. Out of interest, Target, is that Scott or is it Corey or is it someone completely different? It's always funny when someone like comments from a corporate account.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone, Life of Brian. What was everyone's favourite though? Life of Brian or oh god, what was the other main one? I've completely forgotten the name. King Arthur. We are the
Holy
knights who
Grail.
say nee. Yeah,
Grail.
that's it. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Corey, how we doing, Corey? Yeah, what was everyone's favourite? Life of Brian or Holy Grail? I mean, there's something about John Cleese and it is just a flesh wound.
I think that has had more general lasting effect on the world.
Yeah.
It's comedy as a whole.
I don't know, the song of, always look on the bright side of life is amazing. Tis but a scratch. I still can't believe, obviously not Monty Python, but what was it? Robin Hood and Men in Tights. My missus thought it was absolutely terrible. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Absolutely amazing film. My missus thought it was terrible. Off to pick up my car from the tyre shop. Thanks for the stream. No worries. See you later, dude. Amnesia Man, how's the PC treating you? Right, let's get this in. So you just stand there, you take a break, me doing all this hard work.
Oh yeah, that's what's been going on, yeah.
But yeah, Corey, I'm doing very, very well. It's a bit warm in here, but it's nice getting back to doing the live stream again. It's been a while, so good to be doing something again.
You got a eTeknix multi-tool over there I can use to slice this box open.
I do indeed. Available on store.eteknix.com.
Hang on. There you go. I did a little promotional shot in the side camera there.
Right, let's get this power supply in. So this is the black one that we're going to be using for motherboard testing, whether it be Intel or AMD. So that is that. But yeah, normally we do our Patreon game nights on the Saturday, but like I say, I'm catching up, so I want to do one tonight. And normally I would do one tomorrow, but I don't want to because I'll be watching the boxing. So, Andy, a question for you. Have you had any problems with Corsair PSUs, in particular the AX1200? I have not. No, not had any problems whatsoever. What kind of problems are you having? Just copy that. And for anyone who does want to join that Patreon game night and wants to support us, the link is now in the chat. Are these power supply GPU connectors split into 6+2, 6+2 dangerous to use? They're not. So the GPU that we're going to be putting in here has two 8-pin connectors, so 6+2. We could, if I grab it, so I could just use, let's go overhead, I could just use this one, which is a 6+2 with another 6+2. We are going to get the same amount of power in that. It's all going to be absolutely fine, but if you have the facility to use two separate cables and just use one of these connectors and one of these, it's just advisable to do. So yeah, it's just one of them. There's not going to be a real issue with it or anything like that, but it's just advisable to use a separate cable, separate connectors if you have the ability to do so. No worries, Ben. See you later, dude. Thanks for tuning in. Right, let's get the AIO. Can I have an AIO? The other AIO that's down there.
Do you want?
I want the Intel one because I can't be bothered.
If you want the Intel one, you need this one that is currently sealed.
Yep. That will do indeed. So yeah, Leo, like I said, no real issue. It's just kind of good practice, I'd say, more than anything. There you go. All right. So we've still got two more AIOs, haven't we? Yeah, one down there as well. Cool. One down by my foot. For the black and white one.
Yeah, wasn't this I think you used House Tiger, didn't you?
Probably.
I'll just use it then.
It's all the
There's
same.
your memory.
My memory for the board that I don't have.
Yeah. Keep it all together.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you've been complaining about the polystyrene on stream.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's why I hate polystyrene, because it just breaks. First one was giving out the wrong voltages. The replacement failed completely, and they sent me an AX1200i, and now that has died. Damn. So, not good. Is the rest of the system okay? Have you, like, tested it all? Hopefully it's not, you know, taking anything out along with it. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I've not had any problems, and I haven't heard of any problems. Maybe you've just been unlucky. That's the only thing I can really put it down to. It's the problem as well. When you're hot and you're like having to handle bags, they just make you feel even hotter.
They're sticky. Oh, I don't have anywhere to put this.
Sorry. There you go. Got enough room? So here we have another H7 Flow Black.
We're making good progress now.
We are actually, because we haven't got to put motherboards in.
It just put two things in, leave it.
Yeah, pretty much. Power supply, AIO, and then yeah,
What
just
else can you
waits
do?
for a motherboard. Yeah. Cables. We can now go back in. Yeah, free failures are suspicious. I don't know. Are you running for a surge protected power supply? Have you got like old wiring in your house? Just, I don't know. Rich, you've missed, how long have we been live for? 2 hours and 38 minutes. That's how much you've missed. But in that time, we built 2 whole systems. Kind of. Is it worth trying the sound with your aircon on? Probably not. They complained about it yesterday, so
Yeah.
No, we won't bother. It's not as hot now as it was earlier, so you know we should be okay.
Not as hot as it was yesterday either.
No, that's gonna go in there like that. So that's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. That's gonna go there.
I've got a page no one needs.
NZXT sponsored. Not sponsored as such. I literally said to NZXT, can I have all of these cases,
Please.
all of these power supplies, and all of these coolers? And they were like, what for? I went, it's for our test benches. We'll be using it all for like at least the next year. They were like, yeah, happy days. So yeah, they were happy with it. You didn't use washers, did you?
I mean, I did, but
What, for the fans? Or
Yeah.
for the...
for both.
Is there enough for both?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I used them, because then don't have to worry about washers floating around.
Fair enough.
What am I doing? I don't even need any of this.
So you are running surge protected. Luck of the draw then? Yeah, Rich, I thought you'd like your NZXT. So for anyone who doesn't know, Richard Stiles, who's in the chat, I built him a PC and delivered it to his house. When was that, like a month? No, a couple of weeks, a few weeks ago now. And yeah, NZXT sponsored that, Intel, Seagate, and we one of our patrons actually gave me a GPU to give away as well to him. So yeah, it was really, really cool. Is a 6950 XT Red Devil still worth to get? The 6950 XT is, ray tracing aside, the best GPU on the planet right now. If you can get it for a good price, then yes. It depends what that price is that you actually get it for. So yeah. Mark, I would probably just reach out to Corsair and be like, look, this is a situation. I've now had this many of these. Like, what's the situation here? It can't just be luck of the draw and that. See if, I don't know, you can try something else, or I don't really know. 5 weeks now. God, has it been that long? See, one of the benefits of being a true Patreon supporter of eTeknix, you might one day get given a free PC.
On behalf of eTeknix, I would like to put special emphasis on the might.
Sound like you're from my legal team. Right, 2 fans in.
You'll thank me later.
Get a third one in. Rich, are you going to join the impromptu game night tonight? I can actually play GTA again.
Oh, you're on ban.
Yes. It does seem that way. I'm in touch at the moment. I'm waiting for the team to get back in touch. Let me know how it goes, dude.
You've got a European plug bin pile somewhere, right?
I'm missing a... No, I'm not. What? Yeah, down here. There we go. So yeah, we'll probably start the game night like normal time, like 7:30. But yeah, it's going to be weird doing it on a Friday night and not a Saturday night. But like I said, boxing's on tomorrow night, so I don't really want to miss that.
You found the Rocky films.
They're alright.
What about Creed?
I haven't seen that. Or any of the Creed 2 or anything. I don't even think I saw Rocky Balboa.
Rocky Balboa's... It's alright. Creed 1 was pretty good, but I preferred Creed 2.
Yeah.
The thing that Creed does, as opposed to the Rockies, is it's more about the human element. I'll put it that way. Felt a bit more grounded, as opposed to... God, what Rocky was it that had the weird robot? Was that Rocky 4?
With robot?
Yeah, there was a Rocky movie where they had like a robot assistant or something.
God knows. Don't remember that. It's been longer than I thought since I watched the Rocky film.
If I'm wrong, feel free to berate me in the comments.
Right, that's that one. Oh, it's getting warm in here again. I do want to buy another 14mm NZXT fan for the back of the case that lights my Darth Vader up a bit better. So they're, what the ones you've got? Are they the AER2s, I think?
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's what they are.
Who was that?
Gookie.
Yeah, I thought it would be. I can't imagine that we would have been given the first generation for that.
No, I don't think it was. White setups definitely look better in my opinion. Bonus that dust is harder to see. We're quite lucky here with dust. We don't get a huge amount of it, which is quite nice.
We got lots of wasps.
Yeah, we do get a lot of wasps.
I think they just follow you.
Sounds about right. Might be my aftershave. Right, Rocky 4, and it was Paulie's robot. There you go. I don't think I've seen Rocky 4 then. I know I've seen Rocky 1 about 1,000,000 times, especially when I was younger. Right, let's get that all uncable tied. So what are these 5 builds for? Yeah, we're doing all of our test benches. So we've already done 2, and now we're sort of on the 3rd and 4th one. But these ones are nice and easy because we're not actually putting motherboards in them, because they're going to be used for motherboard test benches. So really it comes down to when we get a new motherboard in, that's when we'll do them.
The last one's actually a full system.
Yay! Apart from the SSD. Yeah, we had some problems with the SSDs for anyone who didn't see. They're in heat sinks, and for some reason the screws are just so soft that they're becoming a bit of a pain.
They stripped immediately.
Yeah. So yeah, getting there, slowly but surely. And I think once I'm done with this, I will be done for the day, going home, having beer and playing games. Hence the Patreon game night tonight.
Once we're done here, I'll be going home and sleeping. What time is it now?
Don't actually know. 2?
1:45.
Yeah. Alright, let's get that screw in.
It seems quite possible that we'd be done before a normal workday ends.
Getting hot now. I've done that with the heatsink. Yeah, so these are the drives with the heatsinks on. They're the Seagate special edition ones from Star Wars. So far we got 2 screws out of that one, no screws out of that one, and no screws out of that one. And some of the screws are now looking proper mullered. Love that word. So this is what we got given by Seagate, and the whole plan was to just be able to remove the screws. Have I seen a rubber band anywhere?
A rubber band.
Rubber band would work. It would allow you to like grip into it. Derek, if you're watching this, can you bring us a rubber band in from the other room? There should be some somewhere.
So my brain always goes to like racing games when I hear the word rubber band.
Well, rubber banding.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's we got? Send it my way, Andy. I can get it. I've seen your work, Dean. It is not happening. So Dean had one of these. He's one of our moderators on our Discord, and he completely just, yeah. It didn't look good after. Not at all. Right, let's poke all these cables through.
Okay. I was gonna say this weekend I'm just gonna sleep and play some games. No, I have got some stuff I was planning on doing. I was gonna make a custom front panel for my PC case.
Right, that's all in. Send it my morning. What country are you in? Because I'm guessing America. Because yeah, it's not morning here anymore. If it's soft, you can't screw with confidence. Exactly. See? He knows. He knows. You are there?
I was just saying who said morning.
Oh. That's kind of weird you were looking through the case. With this, where did you, on the other ones, did you screw it down this way or down that way? Or do you not know?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
Do you mean just placement?
Yes.
Oh, wherever.
in the US East Coast. Ah, makes sense then. Right, let's get this one in.
I think I've got a friend and a brother watching in the US.
Ah.
I don't know if my brother is actually awake because he's like
8:46 a.m. So what you're saying, review for the tube, is if you signed up to Patreon, you'd be around for the Patreon game night tonight that's happening at 7:30 UK time. That's what you're saying. Just put it out there.
sounds like that to me.
£14.84 brand new. Rich, where'd you get it from? On Amazon? Better reviews my link. So for anyone who doesn't know, any of the links you use in the description to Amazon, there's UK and US, does mean that we get a slight kickback, and it does help us out tremendously. Soft screws, I think there's a pill for that. I'll be nice. Why does my monitor restart with a beep sound in my headphones while playing? Can anyone please help? We need a little bit more information. If you head over to our Discord, discord.gg/eTeknix, give us a bit more information as to what's going on and stuff, then we can definitely help. Joe, I saw your comment about the pill. PC centric, how are we doing? See, there's the real PC centric. So Marcus, loads of people actually thought that Brandon was you. So
Hi Marcus.
apparently you smell bad as well. I smell good. I've got aftershave on. Really nice aftershave. I've got some Dior Sauvage. There you go. Oh, it's getting warm in this room again. So yeah, loads of people thought that Brandon was PC centric earlier. It was quite funny. I think it's the hair.
I do need it cut soon.
It must be the hair.
Glasses?
Yeah, he wears glasses as well. So yeah. Is that a Marcus in chat? It is. A wild Marcus appeared. Throw a Pokeball at him. You stun. It's super effective. I used to love the Pokemon games back in the day. Brandon's the upgrade.
Upgrade. Ooh, competition, Marcus.
I mean, you work for me, so that's an upgrade already. Fake centric, unconfirmed. Yeah, it's the glasses and the hair, definitely. Right, that AIO is now installed. Still need an elastic band to try and get these screws off, but it's not the end of the world. Power supply is in, AIO is in, and that's pretty much all we can do on this system because this is a motherboard test bench. So I can put the memory there, the SSD there, and this is basically the completed system. For now, until we need to test a motherboard, then we can just chuck this stuff in, job done. We could still do cable management, I guess. So there's a little bit more that can be done. Pros masterboard Marcus as instructed. Yeet. I prefer Brandon, he's less eccentric, more chilled. We know it's not Marcus because there's no terrible jokes. I have no comment.
I have made some terrible jokes while here, but I just don't think on stream.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I want to get a Switch just for the new Pokemon game coming. Is there a new Pokemon game coming out?
Yeah, really soon. There's Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. They're like the first open world main series Pokemon games.
Okay. Oh, I might have to get them because I've got a Switch. Yeah.
Apparently there's no I can't remember what they call it now. That's annoying.
No,
Yeah, there's no no. God, that's really gonna bug me.
Yes, Andy, I do agree. If it wasn't for Andy, I wouldn't have known who PC Centric was. Marcus, how do you feel? What is a good way to start a PC YouTube channel? Would like to hear some tips. I mean, it's a tough one because if I was talking to myself about starting a channel, like, you know, all over again and going through all that, I would either say don't do it because the market is so, you know, overcrowded and stuff, or just do it. Literally produce in a roundabout way, produce the content that you want to produce because it's really easy in the early days. Don't care what other people think and stuff like that. Just do what you want to do and be authentic and just be yourself, and that's probably the best advice I can give. Be authentic and be yourself. If you try and be something else, it will catch up on you. You'll keep trying to be this fake persona and stuff like that, and it just won't work and people will see through it. So that's maybe the best advice I can really give in regards to that. But what do I know?
I remember, by the way, level scaling.
Level scaling.
Yeah. So,
Right.
you know how in an open world game, as you kind of progress, things get progressively harder.
Right.
There's none of that in the new Pokemon game.
Okay.
So, it's... The idea is it's kind of Breath of the Wild. You can go to any of the gyms
Right.
first. But apparently all of the gyms are still, like, set difficulties and levels.
Right.
So there's still kind of an expected path,
Okay.
I believe is what the consensus
Yep.
and talk is going on.
Okay, makes sense. Do some custom paint mods to be different. The problem is you'd have to have the skills and stuff to do that. Andy helped me a lot on YouTube, so I listened to his advice. It's helped me a lot. I'm glad it's helped you. I wouldn't ever listen to me, but but if it helped you, then that's all that matters.
I do have an airbrush, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's just a little portable one, but I do have one.
You could probably connect that up to my air compressor.
Probably. I have, like, the nozzle.
What you're saying is you have a very particular set of skills.
Hey, it's not a skill, because I'm working on it being a skill. I've not got good at it yet, but I'm working on it.
Thinks he's Liam Neeson. Check my phone. I don't even know where my phone is. Oh, there. Cheers, Marcus. Marcus is now trying to abuse me over WhatsApp. I thought it was going to be something really interesting, and it just wasn't. Thanks for the tips. Drop everything and you'll get tons of hits. Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. I mean, it works for Linus, right? The thing is with Linus, compared to like the situation that a lot of us guys are in now, Linus can produce content on pretty much anything because he's got such a big following now that he can produce content on anything, and you know it'll blow up. When you're a smaller content creator, which we still fall under that realm, we have to make content not so much that we want to make anymore, but conforms to the audience that we've already garnered. So that's why now you probably noticed we don't do peripheral videos, we don't do monitor videos and stuff like that because they always bomb. Whereas if we do anything GPU related, CPU related, motherboard related, then they do really, really well. So over the next couple of months, that is literally all you'll see. And one of the main reasons why lately all you've seen is like comparisons and stuff, because we are waiting on new products. So yeah. Do the Raw, I mean do the Linus. It's another Mark or Marcus. Hello Mark, how are we doing? Right, my one's like done. I can't really do anything else to it.
There's a lot of cables there that haven't been managed though.
I mean, you can't really manage it until the motherboard's in there. Because like all these ones need to connect into the motherboard. We might just have to put a motherboard in later.
You can manage ATX and...
Cool, sounds like you've got it all in hand. So I'll just leave that one with you. And then I will work on the next one. So this is the one that someone wanted to see, wasn't it? I don't even know if Shins is still in here. But he wanted to see the black and white one, I think it was.
I want to see the black and white one.
I want to see the black and white one. What was his name? Something Shin. Short Shins. Short Shins. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but if you are, we've got the black and white build coming up. So, let's get the last H7 flow.
This is a monumental occasion.
Didn't it just? Right, we're going to need that and that. And some of that. None of that. Let's go with that. Yeah, this is a special one. You're the best, Andy. I'm off now. Enjoy the build. See you next week. Yes, I will see you. This is quite funny. Me and Marcus live like 20 minutes away from each other, but we'll be seeing each other next week in another country. It's always funny that, like, whenever I go to Computex and CES and stuff like that, it's I see a lot of people who live like down the road, round the corner, you know, one county over, but I have to travel, you know, almost 16 hours on a plane to go and see him. It's always an interesting one. But yes, see you in Germany at the Gamescom. Right, black and white one. Let's have a look. Case reviews used to do really well for me, but didn't have the space to store. Yeah, case reviews suck. I absolutely hate doing case reviews just because of the space. Did you ever send that dodgy cap? No, I didn't. I need to. I need to send so many different bits of eTeknix merch out to people. I just haven't had time to do anything.
I like doing case reviews.
Case reviews are alright, but there's like a lot to them, definitely.
I like doing it because on my end it's the quickest.
Is it?
Yeah.
Memory review's not the quickest.
Not when it comes to overclocking.
Yeah, but you have to build in them as well.
Yeah, but we've already got the whole system like set up so well for that.
Yeah. True, true. Yeah, eTeknix baseball cap for anyone interested. This is what they look like. So this is the stealth version, which is like the only version that we're going to be selling moving forward. We might do it in different colours at a later date, but it's got the eTeknix logo in like embossed 3D colouring. And that is available over on store.eteknix.com. Alright, let's have a look at this one. Black and white. Or is it white and black?
I'll be honest, I've seen the older eTeknix hat. The stuff is so much nicer.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the other ones were kind of a bit of a mistake. They didn't quite get the right thing. I said I wanted blue with like a blue, a black with a black, a red with a red. And yeah, they came up with that. So this wasn't meant to be white around the edges, and the hat was meant to be the same colour as the lettering.
Okay.
And it wasn't meant to be that blue.
Right.
So yeah. Right, this is the black and white one. So the outside is all white. Okay, it's all white.
Is it white?
It's all white. It is. It's all white. But the inside is black, and the back is black as well.
There's a white highlight in there.
Yeah. You got the little bar.
That's quite nice.
Yeah. There we go.
That's kind of more what I expect from NZXT.
I don't know why I was expecting the outside to be black and the inside to be white.
I don't know what I was expecting. In my head, it was kind of like some panels were black, some panels were white. It's just
I mean, all they've done is they've made the black case, put a white front on it, white top on it, and then the white bar. Other than that, it is a black case.
It had a white back too, right?
No, the back's black.
What's that white back then?
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Everything that is white on it is removable.
Right.
So like you can remove this panel, you can remove that panel, the top comes off and everything. Yeah, what do we think of this one then? The whole like black and white contrast. Yeah, I think it's quite nice to be fair. And this one we actually get to build a full PC in. Lucky us. Right, again, don't need the hard drive cage, so we're going to take that out. Welshie, why don't you like the look of them? I think they're really nice actually. That one. Right, I'd like to see case reviews using something like a smoke machine to show airflow. Something we can actually see. Okay, maybe it's something we could do in the future. Problem is, like, I'm a bit of a numbers guy, and a smoke machine doesn't really tell you numbers.
We have had a conversation about smoke machine before, though, haven't
we? Yeah. It's just one of them things. It's like a nice visual to see, but yeah, don't know. Maybe it looks stylish. Yeah, I think this is quite nice. I don't know what one I prefer. I like the white because it looks clean. I like the black because it's just stealthy, it's black, it's, you know. But the black and white, yeah, it's quite nice having the little touch on there. I would have maybe have liked the front to be black. I don't know. When you've reviewed well over 100 of them, it's hard to get excited over them anymore. Yeah, to a certain degree. The Fractal Torrent was one of the ones that I was like, oh, I'm actually excited about this. So there was that.
I got excited over the pop.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
It's because I was really happy to see a case manufacturer actually having a 5 1/4 inch bay.
Yeah.
They just don't do that anymore.
Yeah, true. But I didn't really need that. Looks better than the H510 flow. Yeah, the H510 flow, the problem with that was it was a H510 and then they just put a perforated panel on the front of it. So there wasn't anything really to go, wow, this is new and innovative. They changed one panel. Yeah, I don't want to store dry ice in it. I'd rather just get a smoke machine, I think. Right, where we at? Where you at?
Just screw in the AIO in.
Cool.
And then it's cables and done.
Cool.
And then that one is cables and then it's just that one.
Yeah, I need some more space. How much space you got? Can it be turned?
It can indeed.
So I can budge this one over. Now that's for that as well, isn't it?
Yeah, haven't yet done that.
Right. Let's get this motherboard sorted. This is a hefty motherboard as well. Right, what we got? Let's move that over to there. Taking kids to the park. See you later, Joe. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Where is she? I cannot help you there, I'm afraid. Can you put the top one on? The PSU shroud, white in the black and black in the... Yeah, that would look quite nice. So, motherboard-wise, Z690 Extreme. Now, only reason I'm using this hench board is the fact that the top PCI Express slot is Gen 5. This thing weighs an absolute ton. So once this is built and it's on the desk, it's not coming off the desk. So yeah, what we'd actually have to do with this one, instead of putting, because this is going to be used for storage testing as well as DDR5 testing, instead of putting the drive in the top slot, we're actually going to have to put it into one of the bottom slots, leaving the top slot free. So that's going to be an interesting one. Processor. Where's the other processors?
Oh, the Intel.
Yeah.
The one from there got this one there.
Yeah. Cool. So, another 12900K. And put that into here.
Drop it.
I'm not going to drop it. I'm not you.
Let's hope to not be the only one. You dropped a GPU though.
When?
It was MSI one. It fell off the table.
It wasn't dropping it then, was it? That was it falling off the table.
And also, Deck actually bent pins on our CPU.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah.
I had to fix that.
Yeah.
God, I'm good.
Seeing how blocked off things is nice, especially with how many companies claim airflow but have horrible airflow. I mean, if anyone's got any recommendations for smoke machines, I'm all ears. So yeah. Right. So memory. In this one, we're actually using Patriot. Patriot. It's been a long day. This is the Viper Venom DDR5. This is a 6200 megahertz kit. Why are we using memory in this? This is a memory, I guess for the storage.
Yeah, there was just storage needs its own memory. So
It does, but what's this test bench for?
storage and memory.
No, this one.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
These are both motherboard.
Motherboard. Okay. In that case then. Because the memory speed in this doesn't really matter.
No.
So I'd rather have the slower kit with this and the faster kit with that.
Okay. I'll change the spreadsheet when we're done here.
Yay. So, in this one, we're actually going to put Corsair Vengeance. 5200 megahertz, 32 gig kit. Because speed doesn't really matter too much in this system, and it matters more kind of in the motherboard testing system. So, that to one side. Azusa recalled 10,000 Z690. So yes, the Maximus Hero, and from what I can tell, it only applies to North America. So none of the boards sold in the UK or Europe or anything like that. Only in America or Canada. North America as a continent.
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, it was all down to a capacitor that was put on the wrong way.
But like, why only in one region?
Because that came from one batch and was all put together and then sent off to North America. And
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. that
so
makes
yeah,
sense.
it was the Maximus Hero, which we are using here in one of the test benches. But yeah, it was only in North America. We've checked ours. The polarity is fine, so we're all good to go. Right, SSD I'm going to put in after because we still have to worry about the thing. We could always actually put the SSD in the dim.2. So we could just put it in there. Also, this board has probably got one of the coolest features ever. If you look at this, so there's your PCI Express bracket clip. So once your graphics card is in, blah, blah, blah. But because this is so hench that actually sits next to it, instead of trying to sort of, you know, move that about and try and get to that, there's a little button just here. So what you do is press that. And if you watch just here as I press it, it pulls down. Why every motherboard manufacturer hasn't done that, I do not know. But what an amazing, what a time to be alive.
I genuinely got excited about that.
You did.
Was it yesterday?
Yes. So let's get this into this case. And then I remember this is an eTeknix motherboard.
You have to move the thing.
Does it move or do you have to take it off? I can't even remember now.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different thing that
You are.
moved.
So this one
Where?
comes off there.
The screws.
Hmm?
It's
No,
these screws.
that was like a pop thing.
No, these screws.
All right, them ones, yeah. So can you put it on main camera again, please?
We've gone this entire time and we haven't forgotten about the multiple cameras.
I know, it's great, isn't it? Yeah, can you put it on the main camera, please? Oh, you have.
I did.
It's because I'm looking at that and there's a delay. So, alright, let's take this bracket. I think the whole bracket has to come off for eATX.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame, but
Yeah, so the one bit of like white accented stuff on it is now being removed. There we go. So yeah, the white bit is now gone because the motherboard. I might be able to get it back on after once the cables are in and stuff. We'll see. But yeah, this motherboard actually has connectors that are parallel with the board as well, so we might be able to get it back on. Does the speed of RAM affect the speed of storage? No. No, they don't. So different controllers, different lanes, how they work and stuff. So obviously storage in terms of NVMe works off PCI Express lanes, whereas the memory, the actual memory controller in conjunction with the CPU, and then on the actual DDR5 memory is the voltage controller, which is now on the DIMMs themselves and not on the motherboard. But yeah, it's all very, very separate. Mark, see you later, dude. Cheers for stopping by. Right, let's see if we can get this in now. I really hope we can get that bracket back on, actually. It looks a bit bare and basic without it. So, let's get that in there.
actually we were talking about airflow on these cases.
Oh, that's going to be tight.
The one thing I didn't like about this case's airflow when we initially looked at it was the PCI covers at the back not having ventilation.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, the PC, it's really weird. These cases, they've got all this airflow at the front, airflow at the top, airflow at the back, apart from the PCI expansion slot brackets, which, yeah, are completely solid, which is a bit of a weird one.
But I suppose that's not.
I'm annoyed by this. The fact that it doesn't fit. It just looks a bit now. Do you know
It's
what I
just
mean?
a massive hole.
Yeah. But there's no way around it if we're using that board, because it's eATX. Does this case technically officially support eATX?
I don't know.
Have a look on the manual thing. The product page.
Just like
Yeah, it doesn't fit.
put it there.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, that just no. Can anyone Google this quickly? Does the H7 Flow officially support eATX?
Or are we being
I mean, it fits, and if it fits, then it sits. But I'd love to know: does it officially support it? If someone can have a look, because we're on mobile, and that'll take a little while. Night Fusion, Dim.2. Yeah, Dim.2 is amazing. Although I am really excited about the new MSI board where there's you've got your memory slots and then you've got a Gen 5 PCI Express slot up there. I think that's quite cool. The fact that it's like out the way, easy to get to, and you haven't got to take off all these stupid covers and stuff like that. Right, let's get some more screws in.
What memory was going in here? This was.
Yeah, so it does support eATX. It's just weird that, I'll show you in a sec once I've screwed this in. It's weird that it fits, but not like, it just doesn't look great. And I feel like they could have just made it a smidge bigger and it would have fit in sort of, you know, much better.
Come on. There we go. Got that.
Is that all the screws? 1, 2, 3. Can't even see any more down there. Because you have to take this whole thing off to get to them. Yeah. So I'll show you guys quickly. It'd be easier if I do it on the head cam. Is it raining? Yeah. Absolutely chucking it down.
Oh.
So this is how it looks. And this was the bracket which went on, which now can't sit on because obviously the motherboard being eATX. Yeah, that's a bit annoying.
We had to go and choose.
The one, but to be fair, this was the only board that we had that had a PCI Express Gen 5 slot. But when AMD's X670 comes out, I might just change for one of them boards instead. Isn't my first live stream with Andy. So yeah, does anyone else think that's a bit, I don't know, a bit lackluster, the fact that that bracket now can't fit on there because the motherboard's in the way? It just doesn't look complete without it. I mean, you know, it's not all about looks because we're going to be the only ones who are looking at it, but it just would have been nice for it to, I don't know, be a bit more complete, should we say. Is what it is, I guess. Oh, that's another one done.
Yep. No slightly miss.
Hmm?
No, I didn't.
Right. What else can we do with this? Power supply. Down there. So yeah, I will be putting up some pictures probably on Twitter and as well as on Discord. So you guys can see what these are all going to look like in the office when they're all built and on and sitting next to each other with all the AOC monitors, all the NZXT keyboards and mice and stuff like that. So yeah, should look good once it's all done, all kind of matching and whatnot.
Cable management on this one next.
I will admit, I'm glad that I had help for this. Doing this all on my own just would have been a bit much. 5 PCs. I just wish it was cooler in here.
Yeah,
I'm just roasting.
that's the only thing that I'm finding is kind of not fun at the
No.
moment is
The heat.
it's just sweating.
Yeah.
Just,
Not nice. Is it all Patreons watching this live stream? No, the majority of the people in here are Patreons. But not everyone in here is a Patreon. There are some others who are normal viewers. So we've got a 24 pin, another 8 pin, and 2 8 pins for that one. PCI Express.
what does that GPU need?
3090. No, it's the XFX one for this, isn't it?
Yes, the 6800 XT.
So we decided to give some love to AMD. So we're using a 6800 XT.
6800 XT.
2 8 pins.
Yes. See it on the back of the box.
So 2 8 pins, and then one more PCI Express. Games night is tonight. Yes, 7:30 over on Discord. So be there or be square. That's why I'm hoping to get this done very quickly, so I can go home and chill for a little bit before game night. One thing I like is Z690 Heroes Gen 5 M.2 riser card. Is it? Where is the Z690 Hero? Deck, does the Extreme not have it? Is it only the Hero? So that's all the cables for that. Cables for that. That can all be zipped up. Couldn't you super glue rivet it in places it looks better with? No, it honestly doesn't fit. There's two little things that it pops onto, and one of them is so close to the edge of the motherboard it just won't work. Which is frustrating, but you know, like I say, we're the only ones who really has to look at it. So it's not the end of the world.
It is what it is.
Is what it is. Right. I swear I'm not doing a PC build for a long time after this. Only the Hero, I think, because the Extreme has the dim.2. Yeah. So I don't know if anyone's seen some of the new X670 boards. The main ones I've looked at is MSI. They've got, I think it's 4 M.2 slots, which most of them are Gen... I think all of them barring one is Gen 4. Then it's got a Gen 5 slot, and then it's got the riser card, which takes another 2 Gen 5 SSDs. I mean, this is like the sign of things to come, and I'm really looking forward to that. So, should be interesting. Really starting to rain now.
Didn't even bring a coat.
So, let's get the last cables in.
You'll get Dex to give me a lift home.
Power supply done. So I can look at getting that screwed in. And if has anyone in here actually been watching this from the very start? Because we've now been streaming for 3 hours and 21 minutes. So if anyone's been on here since the beginning, then I tip my hat to you.
Oh, put a hat on for that.
I tip my hat to you. I don't even know if they could see because I was like behind the camera, behind the case.
Let's just hope then.
Yeah, so it's the same on the Z690 Extreme. If you use the Gen 5, I think, yeah, it shares the bandwidth with the second slot, if I remember rightly. So yeah, things do change about a little bit. Let's get some power supply screws. I'm going to screw that into place. Yeah, I'm looking forward to sitting down. My feet hurt.
It's more at my knees for me.
I was 34 minutes in. Lee, did you not get a notification on Discord? I sent one out 15 minutes, I think, before the stream actually started. I'm here listening and watching on from the front yard, having a couple of drinks while working in the car, enjoying the content on my Friday night. Happy days. Josh, you going to be around for the game night tonight? Deck, I've been here the whole time apart from the slushy run. Slack in. How dare you go out and get us drinks?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The Gen 5 card and the Hero has to go in the bottom X16 slot. Okay, the third one. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Right, so X16. With them ones, did you put them up through here?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing.
Ish. It says on YouTube you've been streaming for 117 minutes. Yeah, mine says 3 hours 23 minutes, whatever that works out to be. That's how long we've been live.
There we go.
Can you tell we're getting to a point now where we just want to get it done? It's been a long old day. I missed that one. It's supposed to be working. It's fine. I'll be on for game morning for me. It's 4:30 a.m. Jesus. So that's dedication though. He's going to be playing games with us at 4:30 in the morning. So yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, me too.
Grab all of these panels.
Is that one done now?
Once these panels are on, yes.
Oh, cool. You can finish that one off then. It's alright, it only needs power supply, AIO. Yes, babe.
GPU.
Oh, I have to get a couple of games installed. Hope the 6600 XT will be alright. Didn't you have a 3090? Train, you've been here since the beginning. Well, Train, if you do love what we do, head on over to our Discord. It's a great community and yeah, it's just a good place to be. It's quite funny when we created the Discord, so many people that we knew were asking about Discord servers and they wanted something that was non-toxic and people didn't get judged because they only had a lesser PC and stuff like that. And we made our Discord into something like that. Any sign of toxicity, we just ban the people and stuff like that. So yeah, if that sounds like a bit of you, head on over to our Discord. Can you put the Discord link in?
Me?
I'll do it. Sorry.
Sure.
I'll put it in. So if you do want to join us on Discord, I'll spell it right.
I don't know, did you?
Yes. There is the link to the Discord.
This is another system done.
Right, so this one's almost done. So we got 4 done. This is the last one, the black and white one. It literally needs an AIO now. I'm roasting. It is so hot in this room.
Got the memory in you? Yeah, I can feel it.
Yep, memory's in, board is in. Real shame that it didn't fit properly, but you know, it is what it is. Titan is in the PC I built to sell, so I've got something to keep my PC running and maybe get a 30 yet. Okay.
It's with
Happy
the
days.
extra power on this board.
Hmm?
It's with the extra power on this board.
Where?
On the ATX power.
Was it a 6-pin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just put in an extra PCI Express to give extra power. But to be fair, we could put that in, but this is only a storage and memory test bench, so
Unnecessary.
it is. But now I kind of feel like I want to put it in. I think it's this. Yeah, let's put it in. Let's put it in.
That is stubborn.
Yeah, see, I like the idea of like the parallel connectors, but sometimes they're not the best fitment, should we say?
That Project Stealth thing looks quite nice, but like my only issue with that is you're so locked down into what you can do.
So that needs plugging in. You need to take off the 2.
That one went so much easier.
Hmm?
That went in so much easier.
So we're going to need an AIO. By the way, for anyone who missed it, we have actually got NZXT keyboard and mice combos for every single test bench as well. So we've got white ones for the white one, black ones for the black one, and then I think another white one for the black and white one. So yeah, we got all that to go with our AOC monitors in the other room. I need to buy a few things like power meters and that for every single PC, but I want one that can go on the desk. So yeah, need to look into getting that all sorted. Other than that, we are almost done.
Windows?
Not today.
No, I'm not installing it, I just mean keys.
Oh, right, yeah. There's no point having keys.
Well, I mean, I know that, but I'm just, for the sake of the live stream, we'll just say that we do that.
Yes, we're going to put Windows keys on these. We're not going to put Windows keys on these. That is completely redundant. With what we do not need Windows installed and activated on every single one. Be dreaming PCs. I'll be dreaming something. It won't be PCs. That'd be a nightmare right now. This is let's say 3.5 hours in we are now. 11 Dynamics supports it, but it overhangs. Yeah, so it'll be really similar to this. It's just, no, it just looks a bit unfinished. But you know, it's my own fault for choosing that motherboard with that case. But you know, it's not the end of the world. So it is what it is. Fusion what for Windows 11? It's keys for Windows 11. I might just take you up on that. Although you could do Windows 10, but then you'd have to upgrade to Windows 11, wouldn't you?
I mean, that's still free though, right?
Yeah. But you'd have to install 10 with the code and then upgrade to 11, I think. Yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
No. Sloth, how are we doing? We was talking about you earlier, Sloth. So when I was saying to some of the people earlier about they wanted to build a PC but they didn't know what to do, I said come on over to our Discord and we'll help, which is literally what happened with Sloth. He wanted to build a PC and we kind of guided him step by step. 10 Pro keys which work with 11. But do you have to install 10 with the key and then upgrade to 11? Because that just seems like a lot of faffing. A lot of faffing I just don't want to do. Still need to get a Windows key. I love the mods on Discord. Is that because you are one? You can actually install 11 Pro and input 11 Pro key in. Okay. Guess you mean 10 Pro key. That's going to go that way. So fans that way.
Oh no, this is gonna suck.
Yep. Windows 3. Windows 3?
Windows
USB 3.
3.
See, I'm dreaming of Windows now. Daydreaming. Yeah, where to do it again. USB 3 is the worst connector in the world.
Molex.
Actually, what would you say is worse? USB 3 or Molex?
Molex.
Yeah?
I hate Molex.
I'll put it out to everyone else. What is the worst connector? The USB big chunky thing that, you know, case manufacturers completely get wrong and they kind of position it in such a way that it has to poke out. It's got a massive thick cable, or Molex. Which is the worst one?
Here's my argument for why Molex is the worst. Because
Storm, how are we doing? I swear that it's just a stream of Patreons now.
the USB one is bad, but Molex feels like it's gonna fall apart.
It's when you poke it through and it just pokes out the other side and you're like,
Yeah.
thanks for that.
You're like, this. How is this something that became a standard for anything?
So Short Shin says Molex. Short Shins is about. So this is the black and white case. It did have the white panel on there, but we had to take it off. So if you can imagine, it looked how it looked, but with that there. So it was all black inside with a little white, and then the front panel's white, top panel's white, the side's white. Well, one of the sides is, the other side's black, isn't it? Yeah. So that's how it looked. Through. Molex has been and always will be. Richard said Molex. I've only ever used Molex a couple of times, so I can't really compare. USB 3, Molex. Molex is easy to use at least. See,
I find plugging it in actually really difficult.
See, I've had problems with both, because with Molex, I've had the problem where I've gone right and gone like that, and it's literally, come out the other side, so then you have to try and push the pins back through. So I've had that, and obviously as you move the cable, the pins, all four of the pins just sort of go like that and move about. That's the big problem. So I've had that, but I've also had USB 3 where I've gone to put it on and I'm like, yeah, that lines up, gone like that and squashed the pins.
Yeah.
Or I've had the moment where I've gone to take it out and I'm like, this is a bit tight. Taking it out, and it's actually taken the plastic that's over the pins with it. So then I've had to take that off the connector and slide that back over the pins.
You know what?
So I've equally had bad experiences with that.
What I found genuinely helps a bit is if you sand just a tiny bit off of the USB 3 connector, just a little bit of the blue plastic, just a little bit of that, the fit is a lot better.
Okay, interesting.
Because it is just too tight. That's all it is.
I've raised you worst connectors to be USB Mini. What do we use now? Micro, don't we? So Mini's like the sort of weird trapezium type one, isn't it?
Yeah, then there's micro.
Like they used to use for headsets and stuff.
Yeah, micro.
Micro is what like Android used.
Yeah, but now it's USB-C.
Now
is
it's
the
USB
common
Type-C,
one,
yeah.
USB-C everything is,
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Like Type-C is amazing. and that's coming from an Apple user. My iPad, I've got an iPad Pro, that's Type-C, so, you know, happy days.
Because that just annoys me more. Why go to the bother of making that
So
USB-C,
with
but
the
not for iPhones?
So with the iPad Pro, they needed it to power it, to charge it quicker.
So
Lightning couldn't give the same amount of power to charge it as quickly as what they wanted, so they had to go Type-C.
So by their own admission, USB-C is just better.
Well, no, they're not going to admit anything.
Well,
They just said,
in a way,
we're going with this. And everyone's like, why is that? And they went, because we're going with this. And we have courage and we are Apple and this is how we do things. But yeah, that mini USB was awful. Although another awful one was mini HDMI.
oh god.
Or mini DisplayPort, where you used to get little dongles and stuff. At least you can daisy chain those fans. You can, which is something I spoke about earlier, but only in terms of the RGB. I would have loved to have seen daisy chain for the PWM as well, but then I guess you can't really do it because technically it wouldn't then be PWM because you wouldn't be able to control each fan independently. It would just be, it would see it as like one fan, but that's not really a problem because the Lian Li Uni fans do that. So. What else we got? I cancelled the order and will order through your affiliate link this afternoon. Cheers, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. It does help us out like you wouldn't believe. Alex, how we doing? USB Mini is bad too. Molex just looks ugly. Ain't no one got time for sanding connectors. Apparently Brandon does.
Well, here's the thing, right?
Every day I'm sanding.
I had to take it out once, and
Right.
it was so difficult. I was just paranoid. I was like, I'm gonna sand it. I just
Yeah, but how many times have you had to take it out since? I mean, realistically.
quite a few.
Really? Well, right. Well, you're abnormal. Right?
I upgraded my
average-
PC a lot.
Okay, the average user is not gonna have to take their stuff out that like frequently, should we say?
Okay, right. To everyone out there, let me just justify this.
It should be fun.
I wouldn't have to if they made it the right size to begin with.
To be fair, I don't understand why it needs to be that size. But in my defense as well, USB Type-C, the connector that goes on the motherboard, why does that have to be so like upright and stiff and?
Oh, speaking of, I didn't plug that in.
Oh. But do you know what I mean? Like that doesn't need to be as stiff as what it is and as shielded and
It's really weird as well.
yeah. It's like it goes in both ways, but it's a bit like normal USB where it doesn't go in both ways.
Because the motherboard connector doesn't go in both ways. It only goes in one way.
Yeah. But then the connector on top goes in both ways.
But why?
Reasons, apparently. Apparently, reasons. USB 3 pins inside the PC. I didn't like how hard it was to move, so instead of taking my old PC out of the case, I bought a new case. It's like, I don't like the way this works, so instead of trying to work around it, I'm just going to buy new stuff. Problem solved.
If you've got the money, why not?
Yeah. Mini is a weird one, yeah. Molex shouldn't exist in 2022. No, I agree with that. To be fair, in 2022, I don't think any wires should exist. It should just all be like lights. So it's like you have like a sensor there and a receiver there, and it just goes power.
Well, that's just called optical.
Yeah, yeah, but without the actual cable. Do you know what I mean?
Is it a cable if it's a fiber optic? Does that count as a cable?
Well, yeah, because it's glass strands inside a shielded piece of wire. If that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
My thinking was, is it like...
Lightning came around before USB-C. It did, and it offered more power, but now USB-C offers more power.
'Cause
Mini
what-
USB Type B is similar to Nokia 3310. Never had one break yet. Okay.
I'll tell you what the Lightning thing is. Lightning runs on the USB 2 standard, not USB 3. So it doesn't have
No,
as
because
much power.
but it was faster than USB 2.
Well, yeah, but that's like a kind of separate thing.
It was like a quasi kind of weird Apple thing.
But then they had FireWire, which was even...
Yeah, but FireWire is like well old. I was using that when I was 16 at college to transfer like video stuff when I did media studies. Because what's FireWire? IE something, isn't it? It had like a certain name. If anyone remembers that, put it in the chat. What else we got? Mini USB Type B is similar to Nokia 33. I thought didn't have Type. I thought that was like a DC connector. Can't remember. I hate my mini HDMI on my TV. Uzi Steve, how we doing? Nice to see you here.
Wait, a TV has mini HDMI?
Apparently, yeah.
Jeez.
Never used mini HDMI or DP. Never understood its use. Dean says Molex is worse. They used USB-C for data transfer. The iPad Pro charges at the same time as at the same speed as the iPhone 13, 20 watts. It wasn't for charging. Yeah, so they had to. I think they had to go from Lightning to Type C because they couldn't use it for data and charging at the same time to get a decent rate of charging, if I remember rightly.
Right.
Did anyone hear a bang when Brandon moved, or am I hearing things? He might have knocked. Oh yeah, he banged his head on the light because he's a numpty.
I did that ages ago.
Yeah, there's a delay.
No, I didn't do it recently.
Okay, don't know. Maybe you knocked the microphone, like the stand.
Maybe.
Maybe. What else? Kent appears to be a hotbed for PC tech tubers in the UK. I mean, there's only two of us here. I think me and Marcus. I don't know. I can't stand when pre-builts daisy chain Molex connectors. I can't stand pre-builts. Nah, to be fair, pre-built, some of them are decent as long as they offer like, because you'd like to think a system integrator or an SI, you'd like to think that if they're buying 1,000 of something at a time, they'd be getting it cheaper than retail, so they should be able to, admittedly it's going to cost them to build it and stuff, but they should be able to pass some of them savings on to you. But then when you spec up the whole build and you realise you can do it for like 100 quid cheaper, I'm like, okay, 100 quid to build it, I get warranty, maybe that's okay. But sometimes when it's like £300-400, like them artesian builds and stuff like that company that went, yeah, funny. That's just, yeah, taking it a bit far. But I love it when an SI actually comes in cheaper than what you can build it for yourself. That's just a no-brainer.
Isn't it like Origin PC is a boutique, is what they call it, a boutique system integrator?
Yeah, so Origin's owned by Corsair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's right.
So yeah, they're very unique. So I understand you're going to pay more for that because they've got their own way of doing things and stuff like that.
Okay, that time I did hit the thing.
Okay, that time you did hear it. So if you heard a bang then. It's nice to have people doing tech projects on in the background as I work on my own tech project. What are you working on? Let us know. We want to know. You done?
All I can do now is put the GPU in.
Okay. Wait there. Dude. You know, I always put the in first because it's the harder one to get in out of the two connectors. It's annoying because it doesn't feel like it clicks in or anything.
Mm.
Whereas the out...
Like Molex.
Yeah, a little bit like Molex. It's like, is it in? Let's power it up and see. Whereas that, you can hear like a noticeable click. I was buying a new PC and was going to give my brother a similar case, the NZXT S340 bit in red. I remember that case, but it was hard to take out a USB 3 cable, so I bought a H500 and meant less work on it. IEEE 1394. That was it, Ben. Yeah. So, see, I do remember some of my old like college-y stuff. If my lecturers could see me now,
Don't say old.
they'd be disappointed.
It and then
Yeah. Stop moving, you keep making a bass sound. Stop moving. I've frozen him now. I'm making a diagram of my entire electronic setup, PC, home theatre, etc. Okay, that's quite cool. If you're not on our Discord, please join. I'd love to see that because I was looking at doing something similar because I want to basically network my whole house so every single thing wired can talk to everything else, which is going to be fun, and also plugging everything into HomeKit as well, which should be interesting. What else we got? Do you recommend Windows 11 or 10 on new builds going forward? Going forward, if you're on Intel Alder Lake, Windows 11, purely because it can deal with... You can unfreeze now.
okay, cool.
Because on Windows 11 and Alder Lake, it can deal with the whole like performance cores and efficiency cores. That seems to be the logical way forward. I have been a very strong advocate that Windows 11 sucks, and I still think it does, but I think I haven't given it the chance that it needs. So watch this space and I'll probably change my mind. I think if you're still on older hardware, Windows 10 is more than fine. Doesn't have all the bugs that Windows 11 had, but obviously they're going to get better over time and stuff as well. So moving forward, potentially Windows 11, but there's a stronger argument if you're on Alder Lake, and then AM5 is probably going to be exactly the same as well.
You know, I'm daily driving Windows 11 on an AMD system.
Did you just say daily driving?
Yes.
Oh my god, he's reached YouTube fame. I hate it when people say my daily driver. It's normally when they're talking about mobile phones. Daily driver. You don't grab your phone like.
I only say it for like PC stuff that I have to install drivers on.
My daily driver. This can almost go in.
But what I use is is Windows 11, because I was just having issues with Windows 10 for some reason. Went to 11 and those issues are gone. So I can't say it's great, but I've gotten used to it.
Yeah, like I say, I haven't given it enough of a chance, so I think it will get better. What do you think about the new Thermaltake Swafans? So Swafan. Have you not seen them?
I have not seen the Swafans.
So you can literally take off the blades and put on different blades.
Really?
Yeah. So if I remember rightly, it's like reverse blades, and then so you can basically change them up. So Mike, who's one of our writers, he's based about 120, 130 miles away from here. Maybe even further than that. He had a look at them and said they're amazing. They are very expensive in comparison to normal fans, but I completely get the whole point of if you want like the balance of performance or quietness, and hopefully they bring out like more blades and stuff. But it's got a Molex connector.
Oh.
Exactly. In 2022, we was just talking about this. Molex just not needed. So, what else we got?
This is difficult from this side.
Oh, I bet. Brandon, stop hitting that mic stand, please.
I'm not hitting it anymore.
Don't worry, it's only Welsh saying it, just ignore it. Tech Hunter, got you guys on in the background whilst I'm editing, keeping me company. How we doing, Carl? Hopefully everything's good. Hopefully you sorted out the permissions on a certain Discord server for a certain person who was in the chat earlier. Are you a fan of HDR gaming on PC? It depends. If we're talking HDR 400, that is not HDR. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I have, and I just don't use it.
Yeah, I hate the fact that monitor brands, they're like, yeah, this is it's HDR. It's like, what HDR is it? It's like, yeah, it's HDR, and it's like, what HDR is it? Like, HDR 400. It's like, no, HDR 1000 or HDR 10, whatever you want to call it, perfectly acceptable. I'm not a massive fan of gaming in HDR. Are you?
I mean, I've only ever used it with 400. It just
Okay.
didn't really feel like anything happened except for
Everything went really dark.
Windows just looked weird.
Yeah, everything goes really dark, and then when you actually go back into Windows, you're like, ugh, this looks awful. Like if you Alt tab out on that and it doesn't change it back to non-HDR. As far as I know, I think Windows 11 deals with HDR better than Windows 10, so there's an argument for that.
I haven't tried it on Windows 11.
Okay, but just in general, there. But I haven't tried it enough on a proper full-on. You know what I need to try it on? I need to try it on my TV. I've got a LG C1 series, which are amazing.
Just drop the screwdriver on my face.
I don't even know what HDR that is. I think it's more than 400. I'm pretty sure it's HDR 1000. So yeah, I might have to check that out. But yeah, recommendations for case fans. If you want to spend money, Noctua. If you don't, NZXT have got some good ones. Be Quiet have got some good ones. Corsair have got some good ones. Thermaltake have got some good ones. I'm looking at our wall. We have an OnlyFans wall. If you haven't seen the picture of that, I'll put it up on Discord later. It's absolutely amazing. Lian Lee Unifans are absolutely amazing because they do the whole like linking thing. These NZXT ones, daisy chain, so they're really good. EK, yeah, their Vardar fans are really, really good as well. Have I missed anyone out? No. Some of Antec's ones are good, like the Prism. They do like a 240mm thing, so it's like two fans in one thing.
Oh yeah, those are weird.
Yeah. Well, no, the deep cool ones, now they're weird. The ones that didn't have a frame around it, it just had the middle.
Oh, I didn't like looking at that.
Right, I've never had a problem with Windows 11. I'm on Alder Lake. No, exactly. With that, you'll have a better experience than you would on Windows 10. What else we got? I think I've missed some stuff. Been running Windows 11 for a while. Been stable AF. Still need to install my AO. It was too hot last weekend. Oh, so you're still running stock. Windows 11 ain't bad with my 5950X. Let's go back to playing Oregon Trail. Support for Windows 10 will end at some point and you'll stop getting security updates. Yeah, but I mean, they only just stopped Windows 8.1. Was it 8. Like 8 and 8.1 like recently? So I can't see them stopping support for Windows 10 until like gonna be at least like 2024, something like that, based on that same kind of time frame.
I could see them doing it earlier because they're pushing Windows 11 more
Yeah,
than they are.
Yeah, it's mainly to do with the scheduler, which is why it works so well with Alder Lake. Still need to buy some extra fans for my case. What else we got? Swap fans were going to be a purchase before you mentioned the Molex. That's the thing. They are really amazing. I love the idea of them. How often you realistically like use it like that? I don't know. What else we got? I love HDR game. Battlefield 1 looks. Yeah, certain games do look really, really nice. Other games look good. So it really depends on that. What are the best readily available budget fans? Are they still the Arctic P12, P14 range? I'm probably going to say yes. Or you could go for, what's Noctua's ones? The Redux ones, the ones that are like grey, which was kind of like a cut down version of their industrial ones. They are absolutely balling.
Oh,
So I'd have a look at them. You can build some PCs for us. We're actually on the last one now, on the 5th one. Swafan inherited Molex as they use it on other products. Look great fans and easier to look after. Okay. I need to look into them a little bit more. But I know they are more expensive than others out there. AOC monitors, HDR10, then you're all good. Venix Dev, what's up? How are we doing? LG C1 is around 750 nits. Is mine the C1? I think it is. Yeah, 65 inch C1. I'm pretty sure it's a C1 because I looked at the C2 and it's like double the price. All these PCs are beastly. This is probably the most beastly one, isn't it?
Yeah, we've nearly done actually. Just need the AIO stuff.
That's Intel, isn't it?
Yes. It was the outer thing, right?
Yep.
Splitting.
Cool, you do that. I'll read comments. Have you thought of making a just-in-case area? A just-in-case area. Well, we've got our OnlyFans area. We need something else. We need like a wall of chassis. Chassis mounting. I didn't like it, so turned HDR off. Like I say, it's not for everyone. It depends on the game as well. Just finished building my first computer. Would you recommend installing Antivirus or Windows Defender? Do you know what? I think Windows Defender is actually really underrated. I don't understand why people like narc on it so much. Narc. I've not used that word in years. Narc. So no, I would stick with Windows Defender, and then the only other thing that you're ever really going to need, depending on the websites that you go on, questionable ones and things like that, in terms of downloading stuff, you might want Malwarebytes at some point later on in the future, that kind of thing.
I love Malwarebytes.
Yeah, it's not bad. I used to use Adaware back in the day. Adaware and Spybot Search and Destroy, just because it had the coolest name ever. Spybot Search and Destroy. It was like you could have made a movie called that. And I don't know, it just worked.
I'd watch it.
Spybot Search and Destroy.
No, actually, I don't know why, but my bank gave me a 3 years subscription.
Yeah, they do that.
I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah. So October 2025 is Windows 10's end support date. Irrational Sloth. I still need to buy a new desk. I would recommend these ones. The one we are using is from a brand called Furna, Furna.co.uk, and then I just got a IKEA kitchen worktop to go on top. It's like telescopic, so it extends out and stuff, so you can fit your desk on, and yeah, it goes up and down.
I didn't know it was a kitchen worktop.
Yeah. This is IKEA Colby. So what else we got? 750 nits in a 2 and 10% window. Okay. I mean, it's still better than HDR 400, so I'm happy with that. And to be fair, at that distance on a 65-inch screen at 4K, I don't think you're going to notice that much anyway if the HDR was not the best it could be. So, yeah, still happy with that. Molex. 90% of the PCs we build for kids' charity have Molex fans. Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool that you build PCs for charity and stuff.
That is, I suppose that is a benefit, is Molex fans are just cheaper.
Yeah, I think give it like another 5 years and then you'll probably be building with SATA fans. It's just the surplus of kind of what's available now for people giving away fans and stuff like that is going to be Molex because people don't want them anymore. As we move on to super lightning laser technology, SATA will be like, you know, the available one. New Spider-Man is HDR is awesome. See, I've not got it yet. I was like so close to buying it last night, so I might have to just buy the Spider-Man game and have a little go later.
See what I played for the first time last night? Cult of the Lamb.
Who?
It's a really, really weird game. It's part like dungeon crawler in the like Binding of Isaac sense,
Right.
and part farm village management.
You're really selling it to me.
It's really weird.
Oh dear. Right, back to the comments. I'll be buying the M9 for my 4K gaming. Yeah, someone else who's only used Windows Defender. It is much better these days, and it kind of just, it's like you don't even need to do anything. You just install Windows and then that's it. You don't even need to set anything. It just does its own thing. So yeah, I prefer the desk to come all together. I mean, this is really easy to put together. It's a foot goes into a thing that screws together. You put the thing on top, drill, done. Takes like 20 minutes to build this desk. I run 4 TV groups. It's not just about the nits, it's about EOTF tracking. 750 nits is good enough to be honest. C1 contracting of curve really well when set correctly. Yeah, like I say, with a TV, it's a bit different to a monitor. You're sitting at such a distance that you can get away with it not being perfect in terms of pixel density and stuff like that. What else we got? Do you really MS to spy on you? Microsoft aren't spying on you with Windows Defender. What else we got? New Spider-Man is good. The desk website, Furna, Furna.co.uk, especially in Indonesia. Greetings from Southeast Asia. Hello. I haven't been to Southeast Asia in 3 years now, I think. Hopefully I'll be going to Taiwan next year for Computex, so it'd be nice to get back into that. Cult the Lamb, but I've seen lots of weird screenshots. There you go, lots of weird screenshots.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the village aspect is because you have a cult.
Oh, okay. Spider-Man, I've been practicing my web sling in the past couple of nights. Good game, but gets boring after a while. Spider-Man is amazing. If you're able to use it maxed out settings, it's incredible. Yeah, I might give it a go. I've got an RTX 3090 in my build at home, so yeah. What about for sitting standing desks? That's what this is. So, over here, if I go over here and go...
I was working on that.
Sorry, I'll put it back up. Too high. There you go. So that's exactly what this is. It's called the Furna E2 sit-stand desk. It's got 2 motors, so it can actually hold the weight of a person as well while going up and down. So if you had your PC up here, monitor, mini fridge, I don't know what people have these days, it will hold it all absolutely fine. So yeah. Greetings from Quebec. Bonjour. That's about as far as my French goes, but greetings. Welcome to the stream. What are the specs on that rig he's putting together? So this one is an Asus Z690 Extreme with something. Why have you put the AIO on like that?
Because it's nicer instead of having the tubes be all like...
Oh, okay. Well, I was just wondering. So yeah, Z690 Extreme, 12900K, 32 gig of Corsair Vengeance, 5200 megahertz DDR5. We've got a Kraken Z73 RGB in the top, and then graphics card wise,
There you go.
we are going to put in an XFX. What do they call this one? The Merc 319, the Speedster Merc 319 6800 XT. So that's going to go nicely in there, and this is going to be our storage and memory test bench. And then before this, for anyone who didn't join earlier, we've built an AMD motherboard test bench, a Intel motherboard test bench, AMD CPU test bench, and Intel CPU test bench. And obviously when AM5 arrives, we'll be making some more test benches for that. So what we wanted was test benches for every single eventuality, so that we're not constantly going, oh, I need the memory from that to put in this, and I need the SSD from that to put in that. We've now got SSDs for every system, memory for every system, processors for every system, motherboards for every system, coolers, cases, power supplies. We will not need to borrow and swap anything from anything, which means if I'm working on something and Brandon needs it, we haven't got to worry. If it's the other way around, I haven't got to worry. That's kind of the whole point of it. So yeah, that website is down. Really? Let me have a look. Let me have a look and see if I can paste it in. Shut me that mouse. I don't know why I had it and then I just put it down for no apparent reason. There you go. Let's have a look. Furna.
Very cool.
Might be Furna.com. Let's have a look. No, it is .co.uk. Okay, yeah, it is currently unavailable. I don't know why, but I'm sure it's a temporary thing, and they will be back very, very shortly. So yeah, but they're the desks we use. They do them in black, white, and you can buy it with the tabletops, or you can just get your own instead. So, but yeah, up-down desks are very, very good. I would, especially for us in filming, we haven't got to move the tripod about. We can literally just put something on the desk and then rise it up or put it down and get some really cool effects.
Does Ferner do like standing L desks?
I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't think they do. I know they do a manual one as well. You can like wind it and it goes up and down.
Oh,
It's a lot cheaper than the electric ones.
understandably.
So, what else we got? Honest opinion on AMD 6700 non-XT. I haven't had one, so it's always hard for me to comment on something I haven't had because it would be unfair for me to do so. I actually reached out to Power Color and Sapphire earlier and I asked if they wanted to send a sample, and they said that it's just not a focus for them. I'm guessing it comes down to it's a 6700 XT GPU core that didn't quite make the cut, so they've turned them into 6700s. Kind of makes sense to me. And that's why it's cheaper. What I'd have to do is we'd have to put it into all of our testing, work out the average FPS, divide it by how much it's actually retailing for, to see if it offers better value for money over like the other cards that are similar to it, 3060 Ti, 6700 XT, 6750, 6600 XT, all the cards are in and around the same kind of price point and performance point. I get why they're doing it. Maybe one last hurrah to kind of clear out stock and stuff like that. But other than that, I haven't really got a solid opinion because I haven't tested it myself. How much did it cost you overall? What, the desk? I didn't pay for it. We did some reviews in that with Ferner, and they like helped us out and stuff and whatnot. So yeah, we got it for free, I guess you could argue. I don't think they're that expensive. You're talking a few £100 for the frame, and then obviously the worktop on top.
Go to IKEA worktop, not too bad.
Sounded like your car going in reverse. What did? What? Something sounded like my car going in reverse.
Probably this going up and down.
Oh yeah. What's the size you got? Mine. This one's called the Ferner E2, and then I've got the desktop is. I think this is like 147 centimeters that way. I had like 65 that way. I think it is. What else we got? That card is big. To be fair, not the biggest card we've got.
Yeah.
That'll be the 3090 Ti.
Which we can't show you because it's being used.
Yeah. Well, the 6950 XT is quite big as well. What else we got? I was about to ask you why you was building 5 PCs. Reasons, but hopefully I've cleared that up now. Be careful with the XFX Merc. Why? Wee. How many people do you think are like staring at the screen right now going, oh my god, don't drop it. Oh my god, don't drop it. Oh dear.
I mean, I'm standing next to you going, oh my god, don't drop it.
Catch.
Oh. My heart sank for a sec there when I thought you might actually do it.
They are pros at this. Pros. I don't know. What do you think is a better deal? GTX 1660 Super for $200 or an RX 6600 non-XT? I'd probably go with the RX 6600 just because it's newer technology. Performance-wise, this is the problem. Obviously, some games are geared more towards AMD, some games are more geared towards like NVIDIA, and you normally get that when you load up the game and it goes NVIDIA. That is geared towards NVIDIA. Codemasters games are normally AMD, so they're favoured on AMD and stuff like that. But yeah, I'd be looking at the 6600. It should, in most games, because it is newer technology as well, it should harness that technology a little bit better and give you better frame rates over something like a 1660 Super. The fact that it's newer as well, you're getting a newer card with newer technology. And if it's the same price, yeah, it just makes sense. Ferner desks are also currently unavailable on Amazon. Interesting. Maybe they're having stock issues. Obviously, shipping desks from Chinese warehouse over to the UK isn't going to be cheap anyway. So, yeah, don't do a Linus and drop it. 6600 on a 25 game comparison wins in every game, believe it or not. No, I can believe that, to be fair. Like I say, newer technology, the game will harness the technology better. Can I put this GPU in?
Yes.
Cool. GPU.
I cut my own voice off there.
Yep.
Yes.
think that's it. There it is. Do you think RTX 4000 will have SLI? No. No, I think Nvidia made it very, very clear that SLI is like gone, dead, and buried now.
I mean, we don't even have SLI now, do we? We have NVLink.
NVLink, yeah. Which obviously was on the high end, but on the high end, like 3090 and 3090 Ti, that was more for the productivity side of thing as opposed to gaming. I think what they were trying to get at was SLI was dead, NVLink is alive, but for the productivity side where you can harness, 2 graphics cards, 48 gig of VRAM, all that kind of stuff for 3ds Max, Maya, all the sort of CAD work, 3D modeling and stuff like that. But for GPUs, the reason for SLI was that they couldn't reach the potential that they wanted to get get the ultimate performance in a game on one GPU, and that's why we ended up seeing GPUs that had 2 cores on it. So from AMD you had the 6990, 7990. On Nvidia you had, what was it, GTX 790? No, what was the last dual GPU core one? Can't even remember. But either way, that's why they had SLI, so you could harness the power of 2 GPUs, because putting 2 cores into one graphics card just made it run too hot. What else we got? Damn, Amazon, my only chance for furnace since I'm in Canada. If you're in Canada, I'll be honest with you, autonomous desk and all that, pretty much, because all the panels look exactly the same, the little control panel, I'm pretty sure they're all made in the same factory. So autonomous, Versa desk, Furna in the UK, they're all very, very similar. If you look at the control pad, and it's got like a 1, 2, 3, 4 and an M button, yeah, and an up, down, it's pretty much the same thing made in the same factory. What else we got? All rigs we build are AMD and AMD GPU. I'm guessing because they're cheaper to do and stuff like that. If you go lower tier to mid tier, go AMD. Yeah, I'd agree with that. More bang for your buck. Now in the higher end, I go Nvidia. No, I'd kind of agree. NVLink only works on Quadros for combining memory. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it worked on 3090s and stuff as well.
I mean, they do have NVLink.
Yeah, they work, but I don't know whether it does the combining memory part of it. It might just be the combining GPU performance of the actual core itself.
I see.
Yeah. Are we done now?
Yeah.
We're done. See you later, guys. It was fun. Bye-bye. No, seriously, though, thank you, everyone, for tuning in. It's been long. Very, very long. So this stream has now been going for 4 hours and 7 minutes. It's been an interesting one. It's been a hot one. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, very.
So yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. We have managed to build 5 PCs. We will then, I guess we're going to be clearing this mess up on Monday, because I'm not doing anything else for today apart from drinking beer and playing potentially Spider-Man. So there is that. So yeah, it's been eventful. Hopefully I don't have to do this ever again, or if I do, it won't be for a very, very, very long time. So there you have it. Like I say, if you love what we do, then you can help support us over on patreon.com/eTeknix. Over there you will get access to our super secret special Discord area, which if you're not in our Discord, head over to there as well. discord.gg/eTeknix. Really is the most amazing community ever. Lots of the people in the chat today have been from Discord and are Patreon members as well. If you want to support us in other areas, you can do so by buying some eTeknix merchandise like the stealth hat and things like that, which admittedly does give us some shameless branding with the eTeknix web address on there. But yeah, we have also got the Patreon game night tonight as well. So yeah, if you want to join that, we'll probably be playing CSGO, GTA Online, Minecraft, and some really stupid web-based games that always gets people laughing. We normally play Cards Against Humanity and like drawing games and stuff like that, so it's fun. But yeah, if you don't want to join up to any of that, that's fine as well. There you have it. Hopefully you enjoyed Brandon being here as well. He's definitely helped me with building these PCs, so it's all good. But yeah, thank you everyone. Squall, can you do me a favour and just drop a link to the Discord as you've come back in just at the right time? I've already put the link to Patreon. Hopefully we see some new people on tonight. Don't be afraid to talk on the Discord. It is an amazing place. No one will judge you, and that's why we love it and everything that it stands for. There's the link to Discord. Thank you, everyone. Yes, Raj, Patreon game night tonight. Bit of an impromptu one because I missed last week's one because I was camping in a field. Other than that, if you loved this video, this live stream, give us a like on this as you leave, and a sub to the channel would be absolutely amazing. Thank you, everyone. I'm hot. I'm going to stick the aircon on. See you in the next one, whenever that may be. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye. Say goodbye, Brandon.
Bye.
You meant to say goodbye, Brandon.
Goodbye, Brandon.
There you go. Doesn't even get the jokes. Kids these days.